Plumbline Services with quality brands like Carrier. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. I use Plumbline in my home. Service professionals, 25 years strong, on a mission of excellence, character, and ethics. Castle Rock to Fort Collins since 1998. Plumbline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. No phone call, no hassles. PlumlineServices.com.
Service at home, service at heart. Plumbline Services.
Forging ahead together drives Colorado's pioneering spirit. At Chevron, we donate funding and volunteer thousands of hours in support of the communities we call home. We also employ our neighbors to deliver the energy needed as the state's largest oil and natural gas producer, all to help improve lives in our shared backyard. That's energy in progress. Visit colorado.chevron.com.
Self-employed or a contractor who's struggling to find a lender to access the equity in your home so you can pay off your high-interest debt? American Financing has the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. American Financing does something that many lenders cannot do. They get you qualified using your bank statements. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call now. American Financing saves their customers an average of $800 a month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you even greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give American Financing a call. American Financing has been helping homeowners just like you with this new loan program. It doesn't cost you anything to find out how much money you can save. American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or online americanfinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Now there's kitchen updating, and then there's kitchen updating done right. Hi, Dan Cicchini of Done Right. Over the decades, our family business has completed thousands of kitchen update projects in Colorado. And why have we been so fortunate to do so well over the years? Todd?
Folks, the answer is simple. Quality people, quality materials, our own unique quarter-inch resurfacing makeover process, handcrafted replacement cabinets that'll knock your socks off, and beautiful custom-built countertops, all done right. Dad, is this a good time of year for the folks to have us out to take a look at the possibilities for their home?
Well, yeah. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit and free estimates. Now is an excellent time. Call for details. Done Right Kitchens, Done Right Baths, counters, floors, Done Right finished basements, and Done Right windows and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295 or sign up for your free in-home cost quote at drhi.com.
At DiscountBath.com, they take discounts seriously. Like this deal for a complete conversion of that old ugly tub into a beautiful walk-in shower for just $9,888. Get rid of that old shower tub combo and get a beautiful walk-in, custom designed for your preferences, acrylic walls that mimic stone, lifetime warranty, and no maintenance. Call 720-979-2322 or DiscountBath.com.
This is Dan Kaplis. Too many in Colorado have no respect for human life. That lack of respect for human life is behind the explosion of reckless driving on our roadways. For the past 40 years, I have stood up for the dignity and value of every human life, including forcing reckless drivers to pay in full for all the harm they cause. Our firm accepts righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, please call 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
It's a pinpoint weather alert day. We've got storms in the early morning and again for the early afternoon, some of which could become strong to severe. Highs today in the mid-70s. I'm Box 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Verse.
If you want to destroy woke culture and you like good old-fashioned stories, then you'll love Red Pilled America, the common sense storytelling show that aligns with your values. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. 2 economic snapshots developing negative. Consumer spending dropped last month after a sharp increase in April, says the Commerce Department. Polling the nation's home builders on sales conditions, the National Association of Home Builders, Wells Fargo, showing the 3rd lowest reading in 13 years. An early exit from the G7 in Canada has President Trump back in Washington. Says he wants to closely monitor Iran-Israel fighting. More missile and drone attacks overnight, says ABC's Jordana Miller in Jerusalem.
All businesses are closed except grocery stores and a few little cafes. All the schools are closed. Everyone's home with their kids. And you're not really allowed to gather or go to a workplace, so there's not a lot of people on the street.
Israeli forces launched a series of strikes in western Iran today, says the Israeli military. An aide to Russian President Putin says talks to normalize relations with the U.S. are suspended. This is ABC News. More on the deadly shootings of Minnesota lawmakers and the man in custody, Vance Bolter, from ABC's Melissa Adon.
Bolter facing a judge Monday afternoon, where prosecutors revealed chilling new details of a, quote, targeted political assassination designed to inflict fear, injure, and kill members of the Minnesota legislature and their families. Bolter accused of killing Democratic Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, and critically injuring Democratic State Senator John Hoffman and his wife in back-to-back shootings.
A federal judge orders the Trump administration.
What's shaking, bacon? Tommy. He might not be there. He not there. No, where he is.
Tommy not home. So I've lost about 8 pounds.
That's quick. What's it been, about a week?
A month. It's been a month.
It's been a month. 8 pounds not bad, Scott.
I know.
Do you feel the food noise? Is all that going away?
For the most part, it is.
You're on probably very low units, so what, 10 or 15?
20.
You're on 20 already. See, they got me up very slowly. I didn't get to 25 for like 4 or 5 months.
Wow.
Yeah. I have no idea why.
Well, I misread the directions, so my very first dose
it was like 80.
50 instead of 5.
You got sick as fuck, didn't you?
Oh, I sure did.
Did you end up going to the hospital or not?
No.
Just called up Hong?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they gave me
I guarantee you're not the first one that's done that.
Well, their little instruction card wasn't accurate to me.
You just said there are other issues that have to be dealt with on this case?
No, I was puking and...
How are you doing now, though?
Good.
No side effects?
He called me yesterday, and I told him like the day I take it, maybe one day after.
Yeah, it's a
I still
bitch.
feel a little nauseated, but...
Usually the nausea, though, if you do get it, I've gotten a few times.
Public storage?
When my dose went up, I've gotten it.
Oh.
Like when I went from 15 to 25, I got it.
I'm paying like
It's
$500
acid.
a month for a garage
So
over
it builds, like acid, but you don't feel it. Like a Tums won't help it.
Huh.
I mean, it probably does help it, but it feels like that, and you might get some nausea from that. That's what I think causes the nausea, is the acid.
Oh,
wow.
For decades now.
But the only time I
Can
really
you hear me
got
okay,
it bad.
Shannon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm trying a new codec today, Mark, so shut up.
What is it? What's it called?
G.77.
It's G.77. I prefer 7.3.1a.
Well, it's actually...
Hey, I can
Tom,
tell his delay's better
Tom?
already.
It should actually be G.722, right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Listen to his delay in his own speaker. It's way better.
Yeah, testing 1, 2.
Oh, it's definitely a lower quality codec, so it should have a lower delay.
Yeah, it's got a way lower delay, Jack.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying, Mark.
It sounds good, man.
Thanks.
Now, if you sounded good and it sounded good,
Now,
we'd
keep
sound
in mind
good.
I don't know if I can do both of those.
That nobody really on the show knows what good sound is. Keep that in mind as a base.
It's AM radio too.
Yeah.
Come on.
And everybody here is slightly
What you were
older
using
than Biden.
before was probably like stereo with the highest ever.
Yeah, it could be high end, but nobody's listening to it that way, and so many of our listeners have hearing aids, it doesn't make any difference.
Almost, I polled one time. Every single listener has a hearing aid of some
Or
sort.
some sort of device in their body to keep something moving.
And a little metal.
Don't
Marcus,
make fun
what?
of our listeners.
No. I'm mostly because we're as old and decrepit as they are.
That's really true.
I give that to you two, not me.
Uh-huh.
I'm barely 50.
Yeah, Scott's really holding his end up, too.
Yeah, Scott.
Yeah, but I don't have a hearing aid or anything.
Colored blur, that
You got nothing going on?
No.
Do you have any metal in your body?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, then fuck off.
Yeah, I do.
Where's your metal?
New shoulder and some ankle screws.
He'd already got rebuilt.
Yeah.
Should I bump in with the $6 million man?
Tom's got the titanium in his back. This guy's got the shoulder.
Yeah.
How about you, Shannon? Anything?
I have not only titanium, I have my entire insides remapped.
You got rewired?
Jesus Christ. Half of
Titanium.
my 25% of my stomach's gone.
You're like the human version of the Big Dig.
It just goes to prove we were born with more than we needed.
Uh-huh.
God, if you saw what was taken out of me.
I've seen it. I've seen the things
Don't you
on.
wish it could have gotten added to
Just even the little Google cartoon thing is crazy. The before and after, it's like gallbladder gone. Although I'm not even sure if we need a gallbladder. Apparently we don't. Tom's proving that.
Yeah, I'm proving it right now.
All right, stand by for laughs.
That little microphone. While listening to Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? What do you say? We solve problems, we answer questions, we take complaints, we promote good stuff. You know, this show always talks about buying and selling, where to buy, when to buy, how to buy, why to buy. And, you know, I've been with Courtney for so long at buyandbuild.net. I love that place. I just love it. I sometimes crave projects just so I can go there. Buy and Build, I want to talk about right now, right off the top, because they have an auction going on. Now, I want to make something clear. You don't have to wait for an auction to get great deals. Buy and Build is open every single day, and you can go there and have incredible projects, including turnkey. I know a lot of people get confused. What is it? Is it for contractors? Is it for us? Is it for do-it-yourselfers? Is it for new projects? It's for everything. Courtney, can you think of something that you're not? I mean, everyone can go there. Do-it-yourselfers, people who want to hire a contractor, contractors themselves. Before we get into the auction, Buy and Build, as I used to say, is a big, giant, ugly warehouse, but it's actually a beautiful warehouse since you moved many years ago. You're on 560 South Lipan. Can you just describe the Buy and Build experience first as a consumer going to 560 South Lipan?
Yeah, absolutely. When you come into our store, you're going to see, a cabinet showroom. You're going to see kitchen cabinets installed with granite faucets, all the stuff, so you can get some really good design ideas. We've also installed every type of cabinet that we sell. So corner cabinets, blind corner cabinets, Lazy Susan cabinets.
Okay.
Glass doors, all the different stuff. So you can see everything that's available. And then the pricing is that of one of those places you have to pay a membership fee in order to buy from. We basically have distributor pricing. We sell well below anybody else in town just because of our model. We bring it in without using a distributor. We bring it in directly from the manufacturer. We avoid the entire middleman markup, and we're able to sell it.
And there are, to make this clear, there are no membership fees. It's a straight, you go, you walk in, and that makes you a member. You just walk in, and there's no membership fee. There's nothing. You just buy what you want, when you want, and how you want. Now, as far as the level of care and help, they can buy the stuff even flat, for example, cabinets, and assemble them themselves. What most people don't realize is all cabinets usually come in flats, and they get assembled. Now, can you buy your cabinets flat and assemble them yourself to save even more money?
Yes, absolutely. We do that a lot with the contractors, especially. They'll come in with their pickup truck. You can put a whole kitchen into the back of a pickup truck if they're unassembled, and then they'll take them to the project site and assemble them and install them.
Then you do sell them also assembled. And then you guys, do you have turnkey projects? If I say, hey, Courtney, can you design me this kitchen and install it?
Yes, absolutely. We are set up for design. We can come out and actually do measurements at your home as well. We can install the granite countertops as well as the cabinets. So basically, when you come in, you're going to save a ton of money. And, in most cases, when we do a bid, it's somebody that's come in with a bid from one of your larger stores, and we can do the installation, granite installation, all for the price of just the cabinets.
And then a lot of people sometimes they go in there with their contractor and they go shopping together, and then you guys can help them. Okay, now what do you primarily have on your normal inventory days? You primarily have countertops and cabinets. Is that it?
Yeah, correct. Kitchen cabinets is our specialty, kitchen and bathroom cabinets, and then countertops just kind of go along with cabinets. So we've secured some great suppliers locally that we buy slab granite from for very good pricing, and we turn around and save you money on not only the material, but we also have great deals on our installation, and we have fantastic installers.
And these are not seconds, right? I mean, you're not talking about seconds or damaged goods. These are just oversupply that you buy from the manufacturers.
It's not even oversupply. It is actually ordered per piece by me directly from the manufacturer.
Okay.
It just does not get shipped to Denver to a middleman who then marks it up and turns and sells it to one of your big box stores. There's not that second markup. So it goes directly from the manufacturer right to our dock, and then we turn around and sell it without
that's
that
great.
Whole step.
Now, let's talk about how, with all of this, how did the auction come about? Because this is the one where I don't want people to get confused. The auction will have way more than the kitchen counters and cabinets. How did that come about?
Well, so what's funny about it is that's actually how Buy and Build started. Our name was Buy and Build Auctions when we first started, and all we did was auctions. And so we traveled around through Colorado, Wyoming, Nebraska, and we would rent a 3H building and bring in 2 semi-truckloads of merchandise and sell it all off to the highest bidder. After doing 5, 6, 7 of those auctions, we ended up with some merchandise that didn't sell at those auctions, and I was bringing it back to Denver, and I was storing it in a warehouse in Denver, and then we'd go put it back on a truck and bring it out to another auction site and sell it. And it turned into a thing. While we were storing it in between auctions, people would come in and say, hey, how much do you want for that? How much do you want for that? And I learned that I could sell the stuff out of a warehouse and do auctions. And then it really turned into, if I want to save people a lot of money, I have to start buying in bulk, and I have to start bringing in container loads from the manufacturers to my warehouse. We have to stock them here, and then we can still take them to auction, but we're going to have to, in order to get our pricing down and really have a competitive edge over everybody, we're going to have to order direct. And so we started doing that and opened our doors to the public and started selling cabinets. And I remember when we first started, $20,000 in a month was a big deal to us. And we've grown quite a bit since then, and we sell a lot of kitchen cabinets.
So how often do you have these auctions? How often do you have these big, giant auctions that we're going to have? These are incredible. Courtney, I can't believe sometimes when I saw hardwood going for like 10 or 15 cents a foot sometimes. I see kitchen sinks kitchen sinks for $15. I've seen it. I mean, I can't believe it. Some of these sinks, these pedestal sinks, you'll buy for like hundreds of dollars. I've seen them go for $20. So
yeah, absolutely.
So this auction, how often do you have this auction? I want to keep people in because I want them to start going to it. I want to get a bump here, the Martino bump, the Troubleshooter bump, the Marc Mager bump. So tell me about the auctions. How often do you have them?
So we do them about twice a year. We typically do one in around November, kind of the before the Christmas time thing, so we can push some gift items as well as, a brand new kitchen is a great Christmas item, great Christmas present. So we have one usually right before the holidays, and then we do one in the springtime, right before the summer and the building season when people tend to do a lot of construction and home improvements.
So number one right now, I want to say, Courtney has a wonderful website, buyandbuild.net, but the auction you're going to find on rollerauction.com. And when you go there, right on the front page, now Roller Auction, by the way, does a lot of auctions, okay? And one of them is the buy and build auction, one of their biggest ones, buy and build. So if you go right now to Roller, R-O-L-L-E-R, rollerauction.com, you're going to see on the front page, top left, you're going to see buy and build. You click on buy and build, and that's where I am right now. And you will see everything that is up for grabs. Now, how does the auction, how does it operate? Tell me, I'm on here. Now what do? I go and look for categories or products, and I bid on them. Now, do I get notices?
Yeah, so I like to just I like to scroll through the whole thing just to see, what all's in there, because you'll never know. There's some cool gift items and some really fun stuff. And really, once you are set up, you hit log in to bid. If you already have an account, you'll log in. If you don't, you'll set up an account. You put your name and your credit card number and stuff in there, and then you can start placing bids. Right now, there's 1 day and 3 hours left on most of the items. So tomorrow afternoon at 1:00 p.m., the first 3 items are going to close.
Explain the significance of that. Explain the significance. You say, even though you want people to go to the auction, all day, toward the end it gets exciting. Explain that.
Correct. So yeah, if you're bidding on an item and it's live and it's getting ready to close in like 3 minutes, and then somebody outbids you with 60 seconds left, it goes into what they call extended bidding for another 2 minutes. And so it gives you an opportunity to counterbid. Somebody can't steal an item out from under you at the last second just by, waiting till 10 seconds left and then bidding. It'll go into an extended bidding period where you're actually allowed to bid against them, and it will continue to go into an extended bidding period until there's 2 minutes of no activity on that item. That allows everybody to, actually place bids and not be undercut by somebody right at the last second because, they were not paying attention for 30 seconds.
And I want to make it clear, their bread and butter's on there, all the household goods, okay, and the kitchen and bath stuff. But then Courtney, for fun, since he's having the auction anyway, puts a lot of other stuff in there. I see a sporting goods category, and I swear to you, I'm looking at a surfboard.
It's a stand-up paddleboard.
Oh, a paddleboard. Okay. These paddleboards are cool.
Those are very popular these days in Colorado. And so that's my brother has a salvage business, and he gets in all sorts of, interesting items through his warehouse that are, non-perishable, general merchandise kind of items, and he never knows what he's going to get sometimes until he unloads the trucks. And so what we do is put a couple pallets together from his warehouse and bring stuff up. And so every auction, we have some really cool, unique items that we don't have at the previous sale.
And what I love, you have hand tools as well, so you can get hand tools. I mean, there are so many. You got to really, as Courtney say, go on rollerauction.com, hit buy and build, and just browse. That's what you do first. Once you browse, then you go back, maybe put in an item or so you're being tracked. And then what you can do is come back tomorrow for the close, and in those last few minutes, can seal a deal. What are some of the ridiculous sales you've seen go down on these roller auctions for you?
Well, you mentioned a couple of them. I've seen some, $200 kitchen sinks go for $5.
Oh, God.
I've seen those pedestal sinks go as low as $5, and those are, $150 at the store. Kitchen cabinet sets, we tend to do okay on at these sales, but sometimes people absolutely steal stuff from us, and that's what these auctions are for. The bidder has the advantage, and they have the opportunity to keep the prices low and get stuff well below retail. And this is all brand new, top quality merchandise. None of this is used. None of this is out of the box. This is all brand new stuff that was brought in specifically for this sale. So when you look at the kitchens, for instance, they all fit together. They all, line up and are designed to fit in a kitchen. So these aren't just seconds that are lying around our warehouse. This is all top quality, brand new stuff.
Now, I remember one time I was looking for, I bid on this in the past. So I was looking at light fixtures. There was a chandelier I wanted for over the dining room table that I swear to God, Courtney, was $2,400 at places. You had one. I don't know if it was the exact one, but it looked exactly like it. And I remember seeing a bid, and I said, this can't be right, a bid of $25. And I followed it along, and that dang thing went for like $125.
I mean, that is incredible. I mean, this was years ago when we were doing the house. I know you remember because you helped me do the garage. So, okay, Courtney. So right now, rollerauction.com, look for buy and build. And then we're going to talk to you later in the show to see how things are going. And it's officially open right now. Is that right?
That is correct. You can place bids currently, and they'll start closing tomorrow at 1 p.m.
And don't forget buy and build in general at 560 South LaPan. God, like I said, I've known Courtney for so long and have been sending people there, buyandbuild.net. But really what you want right now, that go to that auction, rollerauction.com, rollerauction.com.
Yep.
I'm Gary Bell of the law firm of Bell and Pollock. Car crash, injured, want a breakdown and analysis of an injury case? We call it Anatomy of an Injury Case, and you can listen to it on our podcast called Legal Injury Hub on your favorite platform.
I want to tell you about being a landlord. You want to be a landlord? I just was talking to Barry last night, honest to goodness, about 10:30 at night. We're talking. And I said, Barry, how's it going? He has these owner representatives. Let me tell you how he does it. Each customer is assigned to someone who takes care of them through the whole process, from the time you buy your rental, the management of your rental, and the sale of your rental. And Vestera Turnkey manages it with you. They take care of the day-to-day operations. It's a chance for you to be a landlord without the hassles and risks. I'm telling you, you will love it, and you get tremendous returns. Vestera Turnkey, it's mybiggestreturn.com. That's the easiest way to remember. And here's the number, 303-888 3788, mybiggestreturn.com. Now, it's summertime, and I'm telling you, you're going to love QCcolorado.com. You know what that is? That is a QC, quiet, cool, whole house fan. A whole house fan works by destratifying or taking the layers of temperatures out of your home and making the temperatures equal. That in and of itself helps your air conditioner work less and makes your home more comfortable. But it takes out the real hot spots in 2- and 3-story homes. What you want is a QC. They can install it in just a few hours and you'll have years and years of comfort. I personally have 2 in 2 of my homes, and I would not live without them. QCcolorado.com, the people you want on your side for the summer. 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419. If you're looking to retire, one of the things you want to look for, of course, is income in retirement. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies will help you with all kinds of coaching, getting you ready for retirement. And then when it comes to income, they like fixed indexed annuities. They'll talk to you about your retirement and try to set you up with a lump sum investment or a monthly payment investment that will eventually pay you guaranteed income for life. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies does way more than that too. They review your insurances, your estate planning, your business succession plan, and try to help you through the entire process of getting ready for retirement and retiring. rpcenter.com. rpcenter.com. Call these fine gents, family owned and operated, and ask them what they can do for you. 970-663-3211.
Thank you.
Man, this auction is fun. You'd love it. Except you don't have any projects going on right now. But in the future, when you do your cabin and stuff, oh man, you'll love it. Honest to God, this is...
I wonder if it's the big D.
What is your horizon timeline for doing a cabin?
To do it this year.
Oh yeah? Oh. Yeah.
I do not like tiramisu.
You know what it means in Italian?
Something about the tongue.
Pick me up.
Oh.
Since it's coffee. Tiramisu means pick me up.
Look at me automatically going to the gutter.
You thought I meant licking an anus because that's how it tastes?
Doesn't taste great. Well, you know what? We've already established this. I don't need to belabor it.
Yeah.
I don't like sweets. It's not my thing.
You don't like Swedes? What's wrong with them?
Sweets.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, I do like fruit candy. I like jelly beans. Like Skittles. Wow, call. Good morning, Tom Martino Show.
This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
Tracy, how can I help you?
Hey, Tracy, I was dealing. I'm sorry, I'm staring at something here. With Austin, is he available?
What was the company called?
1 moment.
Thanks.
Offering expert alarm installation and testing with 24/7 professional monitoring. Protect your members with advanced security. Visit absalarm.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I see that Deputy Dollar's in the studio with us, along with Major Marc Mager, and we're taking your calls on any and all things. But that auction is pretty darn cool. Larry called in and was working with Suzanne, I believe, and Larry called in yesterday, and he has a Comcast issue. And really, it seems to be a simple one. I signed it to Deputy Doc, too. So he's a Comcast customer who travels seasonally. You know, they ought to make things easier for people. Nowadays, a lot of people do seasonal travel, and it really is a pain in the butt to get things turned on and off. I think it ought to be as easy as a credit freeze. You go online and you suspend your account for a certain amount of time, and that be it, done. And then you come back and you turn it back on. But he was having trouble, and he got a final bill when he was, turning it off this time. And the notice said he didn't pay it. And he says he has all the proof to prove he did pay it. Now, Larry, did you pay it on their website, or did you push it out from your bank, or how was the payment actually made?
Well, the payment was made through U.S. Bank bill pay.
Okay.
And I send it through U.S. Bank as a wire transfer into Comcast.
So that was being pushed
in
out.
October.
That's what you did. You pushed it out, it's called, as opposed to going to their account and having it drawn. You pushed it out. And they claim they did not get it. Now, did you check with your bank to see what kind of proof? You said you had proof. What kind of proof do you have?
Well, they have the transaction and everything. The day it cleared, the transaction number, the amount, and who it went to, Comcast.
Right. Now, what is there anything new? Did Deputy Doc, or did Sue get in touch with you after the show?
Okay, after the show, by late afternoon, Comcast representative called me and says, yes, I did pay the bill. They agree.
Whoa.
It was a small amount. It was,
So what are they going to do about it?
And they says, well, but because the bill transaction was paid in late October, they says, but in November, they issued me a refund.
Really?
And it would shock me. So I looked at my, this was after, so I looked at my statements, and I can find no evidence of a refund for that amount.
And what's the reason they said the refund? What reason did they give you for the refund?
Well, for the amount, because the dollar amount went into an old account of mine that was on my bank bill pay, net. And then they says that they refunded me, but I find no trace. But they says, as a courtesy, for the Troubleshooter Show and everything like that, they would zero my account, and I actually owe them nothing.
Hey, that dinger goes to Suze. That dinger goes to Deputy Doc or whoever helped you. I think it was mainly Suze who got the angel from Comcast. So, hey, problem solved, Larry.
Exactly. And I went round and around with them for months on my own until I called your show. By late afternoon, it was resolved.
I'm really happy about that. All kidding aside, that's what the show's about. Big, small, in between. We help all kinds of problems. Thank you for letting us know, Larry. That means a lot to us. 303 Martino is the number to call if you have little nitpicking, pain in the butt problems. You may get my dinger. Okay, let's talk to Brenda. It's about a shuttle service. Brenda, what is going on with you, Brenda? What's happening?
The company is called 8 Black, EIGHT, the color black.
Okay.
They would shuttle you from Longmont to the airport. They were fabulous.
Yeah.
I prepaid some passes that were on sale. They have closed their doors, I believe, June the 13th. I've called the number. They no longer exist, and I want my money back. And didn't know if you had any
How much did you pay? How much are you out right now? How much did you pay for stuff you didn't get?
It's probably 32. It's under $100.
Okay, but what I want to know is this: how many? No, you deserve that money back. How did you make the payment? In what form?
Credit card over their website. You would prepay $32. Normally it would be a $64 charge, and you could get both ways for $32. And
okay.
I am having trouble finding my email, so I will get more information, but I was just shocked that they just closed their doors.
I want to ask the obvious, simple question. Maybe you did it. I don't want to insult you or anything. Did you simply call your credit card company and just contest the charge?
Well, I bought it in January.
Well, that's not that far back.
I'll call them. I got no problem.
Yeah, some cards, and I have a card that allows up to a year to dispute charges. It really depends on the issue of the card.
And actually, I don't think there is technically a deadline or anything. I don't think like it's written anywhere in law. I just think they give the credit card issuers have their policies.
That's exactly right.
And some of them say 60 days. That's a pretty common one. So Brenda, what was the answer to that? Did you bother calling them and say, this was charged and I never got any service? Did you do that? And
I will call.
I
have not, and I will. It's Capital One, and I will call them.
Now I have Capital One. They are wonderful with stuff like this. Is that who you were talking about, D?
Yeah.
Deputy D said he has Capital One. And you just disputed. In fact, you don't even have to talk to anybody. You can go online. One of the problems with Capital One that bothers me a little is if you know there's someone who made a charge and it shouldn't have been on there. Here's the only problem you might run into, Brenda, is that they'll take it off in a heartbeat. But sometimes what they say is, well, not sometimes, every time, this is what they've done to me. If I have one charge that I dispute, now I'm not saying I lost my card or it was misplaced. All I meant was this company charged me and they should not have charged me, or they charged me and I got nothing in return. They sometimes issue a new card, which is a pain in the butt. To change, because if you have a lot of prepaid, sometimes you have to go in and redo them. But I would do that. I'm telling you, I know for sure. I'm marking this as pending because if you call us back, we'll take it to the next level. But are they totally out of business right now? The 8 Black, they're totally.
Yeah, Tom.
What did you read there, Dave?
I just read their notice on their website. It says that this was posted on Friday, and it says, "Hey, effective today, we're shut down." If anybody's interested in supporting us,
they had good reviews, didn't they?
I didn't look at their reviews.
Oh, they were awesome.
Our caller says that she was very satisfied with them.
Yeah. Airport shuttles are really important. Hey, Brenda, just on a side note, where do you shuttle from?
Longmont. I'd go Longmont and My God, they picked up my bags. They had water. They were gentlemen. The people on the bus were fun. It was a blast.
Yeah, that's too bad. That's really too bad that they're out of business because a lot of people liked them. They had some good ratings. Thanks for calling. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, waterpros.net. The absolute best water systems at the lowest prices. And I'm telling you, tap water is not safe to drink. And you can, for $1,200, get reverse osmosis at your sink. Or you can do one further and get a whole house system for forever chemicals, plastics, and all that crap, and get your house water softened and purified for $39.95. You never find systems better for lower prices ever. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
For folks heading into the metro area from the south end, I-25 northbound approaching Ridgegate Parkway, we've got a crash blocking 3 right lanes. This one showing stopped-up traffic back from Happy Canyon Road. Things starting to improve, only seeing about 15 minutes of delays there. Otherwise, a calm drive throughout the Denver metro. We do have one incident over on the east end of town near DIA, Jackson Gap Street, a rollover crash at East 71st Avenue. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
What if I can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, I can't, but I can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at my company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today.
You want the extreme deep clean, tune, and check from Fix It 24/7 for your AC. First and foremost, dirt and grime and debris are the main reason for AC and furnace failures, and they cut down on efficiency. If you ever notice, hey, it's not as cool as it used to be, that could be because of the buildup. If you've never had it done, you need to call Fix It 24/7. I'll give you the website and how to book it. For $39, they do a couple hours of labor. They disassemble the thing, and they clean each and every component and tune and check the whole thing and give you a no breakdown guarantee. Get it done for your AC before the heat, and it'll last longer and cool for less money and increase efficiency in life. FixMyHome.com, book now. FixMyHome.com, book now. AmericanFinancing.net. American Financing is a company that I have chosen to partner with because of their smart equity loan. They have it down pat. They can get you through the processing and approvals quickly. So what you do is, if you've accumulated high interest credit card debt, it serves no one. It's terrible. It gets in the way of you becoming financially viable. Before you can even start saving and investing, you need to get rid of that high interest debt. As soon as you get this loan for that amount, your payments go down, you'll save hundreds of dollars a month, your credit will improve, and you'll have breathing room. Get rid of the high interest debt. And even if you have to do a complete refi, they have those available too. Streamlined to get it done quickly and efficiently. Please trust my friends at AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000. Get out of debt and save hundreds every month, 303-695-7000.
Animal.
Yep.
That I don't know either. He's in Scotts Bluff.
I'll come back to that Shuttles comment.
Well, he moves all the time, so it'll be for the prior.
Oh, I love this buy and build. I love this thing.
Walmart. He's the new store manager of your Walmart. So he'll be in your neck of the woods for a while, but up until then, they had him bouncing around fixing other stores.
Wow, they have watches.
Last address, social, and drivers. Okay, as soon as he gets a second, I'm sure he'll get me that stuff over. But what else while we're waiting on that? Yeah, he currently has, I think, Geico, if I recall. Yeah, I put in there what I wanted, the 25, 500. I'm sorry. Yeah. And then I think his deductible, it's at least 1,000. I would assume it's 1,000. And if there's a drastic difference between 1,000 and 1,500 or whatever, let us know. And then on the, I think I dialed in that rebuild price on that garage pretty good. It should be right around 150. Because I assume the foundation wouldn't burn to the ground, so therefore, really, it's just a steel building put up and then finished with insulation and the garage door open. It's got a bathroom in there. So. And then, what other questions would you have that I'm missing? He's accident free for at least 5 years. Oh, you know what? My wife, I bet, has all that stuff too. Let me ask her real quick. She might not have his license.
You ain't getting that one back.
How many different companies do you use? Who's your main go-to out there? For under 5. Yeah. I don't know how you guys define town. From Walmart, I think he's 4 miles.
Who's Mark suing now?
He's like before the golf course. Yeah. Where is town? What, like, I've been there one time. Where does town?
Been yelling
like,
at somebody on the phone for an hour. Oh, here we go.
Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. And don't forget that Fix It 24/7. Now, I say new customers, but it's not. It's for people who haven't had it done yet. They want to show you what they do. So if you've had Fix It out, that's fine. You can still do it. FixMyHome.com, book now. All right, back to the phones. And we have a comment on this 8 Black shuttle service from Susan. Basically, from what I can see on the net, they were a pretty good shuttle service to and from the airport, and they shut down. What is your comment, Susan?
Hi, Tom.
Hi.
I got the email on Friday, immediately went to their offices over on Main Street. I've been using them for over 5 years. I mean, they used to be Green Ride and then 8 Black bottom out. When I went to their offices, luckily there was an employee there, and there was another consumer there also. And the employee said they just got an email noon that day that they don't have a job. And she said they haven't been paid for over 3 weeks. And I do research all the time. And the owner's name is Simon Chen. And he has a LinkedIn page and is bragging about 8 Black being a global shuttle service and all these things. And
what do you think happened?
I think he just mismanaged. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Brenda said about them having a big sale over Memorial Day weekend, and it was supposed to end the night of May 30th. They extended it another day. And I know people that went on and bought more vouchers.
Yeah.
And then he shuts down less than 2 weeks later. I have been able to access his home address and his personal phone number. And, of course, you know, he doesn't answer his phone.
By the way, out of curiosity, you say you research a lot, and you came up with this guy's home information. So what's your background?
I'm an accountant.
Okay.
But I've done, you know, when my kids were in school, I used to, when they did things in school that I thought, no, what are they doing?
Yeah.
I would research the pros and cons of everything.
Are you
everything.
retired now? Hey, listen, a warning. I have a goal in mind. Warning, warning. This could end up costing you, not costing you anything but a little time. Do you work now? Are you retired?
Retired, semi-retired. I had one huge client, and I have about 4 small ones now. That just sort of keeps me busy. Plus, I have 5 grandkids.
Wow. So listen, if you ever want to come out of retirement and be a deputy, we love smart people that do stuff like this. There are certain people we pluck out of the great unwashed, and we make them part of our elite. We make them part of our elite team of troubleshooters. And you don't have to say anything now, but if you ever want to consider, let me explain how it would work. Every now and then, you know, if you want to take a case, you can take it. If not, you're not. And we would love for you to consider it because you sound like you're pretty damn sharp. What led you to do this? Or is it just in your DNA that you're just a nosy busybody?
No, it's just I think so many times people present one side of a picture and want you to believe that what they're saying is truth. And so I look at it and go, okay, let's look at the whole picture. Let's see what it's all about.
That's
there's always pros and cons. There's pros and cons to everything.
Yeah.
And you have to look at it all. I mean, you can't just someone come to you and say, this is the way it is.
You know
now,
what?
There are a lot of people that go, yes, I believe you. Well, don't sell yourself short. Look at it all.
You know, Susan, man, I mean, this sounds like she dropped out of heaven, didn't it, for us? Yeah.
I just want to tell you, with 8 Black, I filed a complaint with the Attorney General. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I think everybody should. I copied and saved as PDF files every email I've ever had from them. I had 13 prepaid vouchers.
Wow.
I did call American Express, and they took off the last 4, which was $128, but it was done in April. They said they couldn't go back further than a year,
really?
but at least I got that back.
Huh.
Yeah. And what's interesting is I heard a comment that the guy skipped town and he's in Australia now. And if you look at his LinkedIn page, he does have an Australian
but what's
accent.
really funny, Susan, he was going really well. It seems weird that all of a sudden, boom, he gets weird. It seems weird. So hang on.
His drivers.
Yeah.
His drivers always talked about the fact that he was a world traveler.
Okay. Could be.
Susan, how far back did American Express say you could challenge those fees?
They said a year.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
pretty generous. Okay, Susan, hold on. Hey, Kachina, get her name and number and let's bug her later about being a deputy. I'm serious. She sounds like part of the team already, the way she talks.
Let's invite her over for pizza day.
Yeah, Chris, I got to take this break, but I want to talk to you about this contractor. If you will please hold, I'll take you next. And then Mary has a lawn. Wait, no, she's off. I'm sorry. So, Chris, hang on. I'll come right back to you.
All right.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
For folks heading into the metro area from the south end, I-25 northbound approaching Ridgegate Parkway, we've got a crash blocking 3 right lanes. This one showing stopped up traffic back from Happy Canyon Road. Things starting to improve, only seeing about 15 minutes of delays there. Otherwise, a calm drive throughout the Denver metro. We do have one incident over on the east end of town near DIA, Jackson Gap Street, a rollover crash at East 71st Avenue. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Looking for affordable blinds, shades, or shutters for your home? Don't hire an expensive pro. Check out Blindster.com, where we offer custom-made window coverings at guaranteed low prices with a team of pros ready to help you every step of the way. Blindster.com.
Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney, and I say this all the time, and I really mean it. I hope you never need him. But if you get a massive traffic ticket, a DUI, maybe a scuffle with a neighbor, a fight somewhere, or a shouting match, and somebody presses charges, it can happen. Joe Lazara is a great person to call. First and foremost, I've done the shopping for you. I've known Joe 30 years. And he'll talk to you free of charge up front when you need an attorney and say, hey, this is what's going on. Then if he takes your case, it's on a flat rate basis. It's very easy. You will love dealing with Joe Lazara. Lazzara, Lazzara. You can find him at referralist.com or just call 303-429-6200, 429-6200. You know, two words you don't see often together, Discount Bath. And I really like Chris and his team. They have done such good work for people on the staff here and friends I've sent to them. They truly mean discount. And we're not talking about cutting corners. These are beautiful baths. Now, you can get a price if you want to, without ever having them come out, with your smartphone. Go to discountbath.com and they will give you an uplink where you can just drop that video. You can go into the hallway and say, hey, I want to do this in this bathroom, or in the basement where it's roughed in, or a master bath or a Jack and Jill bath. Discountbath.com will get back to you with a price that will be a great price and quality products. And in an industry that is difficult right now to trust, you can trust discountbath.com.
Yep.
That echo thing is the delay is really good. It's really low. We're not having those nasty walkovers.
And I can't complain about the quality.
Good. We may have hit this thing right on where we need it.
Who knew that going back to technology from 23 years ago would make it sound better?
Yeah. You know, the G-Dot I remember from, remember the POTS? We used to have the little POTS units.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been G-Dot. That was, modem.
No,
I wonder what that transfer rate was.
That one that I had, what was the name of it? There was one I had.
56.
Oh, yeah. You're pretty smart.
What?
Never mind. I didn't mean to compliment you. It was a mistake.
That was the gear that we would use when like Rush and Pat Buchanan and them would come to town and we'd broadcast from the studio. Switch 56.
And then I had this one unit. I'm trying to think who made it.
And it was just 56K. That's the name. Huh.
Oh. God, you remember those days? It was like unbelievable to get in and do remote stuff.
Because of its name, it's been very hard to find online, but we used to have a thing called the Rood, R-O-O-D, and it was a 3-line, what they called extender. And I remember they were doing basketball games in Puerto Rico, and it's what whoever the engineer was that took the equipment with them, and you'd have to dial back on 3 separate phone lines.
And they put them together?
3 phone lines. And you would dial in each line and get the exact frequency. You'd test them, and it would send a test tone. And so between the 3 lines, it was high, mid, and low frequency, and it would reassemble when it got back here to the studio, all kind of analog. It wasn't really digital, but it would blend the audio back together, and you'd get 16K quality from 3 phone lines blended together.
Yeah.
That was a good one. The Rood.
So I'm looking at watches here. They have watches on the roller auction. Really nice watches. Do you like Invicta?
That's what I have. This watch that everybody thinks.
I know, a Rolly. I know it. It's a beautiful looking watch.
I never had it just the time. It cost $87 at Amazon.
Okay, this is that one. The bid is. What do you mean? You think this one is better than?
Oh, I'm not saying better. It's just different design.
Look.
It's aesthetically.
I think.
Different face, different shape.
Yeah, but in general, look at it. It's got the 3 dials, the names right there. Yeah,
$87. I never have to adjust the time. And if I scratch it, who cares?
I've never been a watch person ever.
Yeah,
I love them.
Yeah, I did too.
I just never been like,
Oh, like you don't wear one?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Chris has an issue with a contractor, possibly a legal issue. We don't know yet. Hey, Chris, what's going on? Chris.
Good morning, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Long story short, I hired a contractor to renovate or renovate my basement, basically finish. And he has had some health problems, and the job has gone way longer than it should have. And now he's having some money problems, and I believe I need to just get in touch with the lawyer to get this contract voided, get the money back that he still has. He only has a little bit of my money, not a lot. It's not like I paid the whole thing in advance.
Now, how much? Let's talk about this. And I just want some background. What was the total job going to be? The total job that he was going to do for you?
$57,600.
57, 57?
57, 600.
Okay. And how much did you pay?
Right now we are up to 53,600.
Okay, 53,600. Now, that's a lot of money. Do you think for the money that's left, you can finish it the way it was specified in the contract?
No, I think I'm probably going to have to outlay, because I still owe him 4. I think I'll probably have to lay out another 5 to 10.
Now, is that because of stuff he flat out didn't do, or stuff that has to be redone? What's the story there?
Stuff that hasn't been finished yet. Like the rough electrical is done, but the final electrical is not. So I'm going to need the outlets installed and some light fixtures. The bathroom is not completely done, so I'm just going to need someone to come in and do the final plumbing.
Now, what does he say about this stuff? What does he say about all this stuff?
He said basically he can pay me back the money. It's just going to take time, so he can do a payment plan with me, which I don't trust. Or he can get the job done, but it's just going to be really long, because he's been basically doing 4 hours worth of work per week.
Do you think this guy is telling the truth, basically, and wants to do a good job? Or do you think that he's basically, let's just say, a cheater? What do you think about it, really? What's your gut telling you?
Both. He wants to do the job, and I think he's just been having some problems lately. And I think he's been borrowing from one job to pay for the next job or pay for the last job and stuff like that. That's what I assume is happening. And I'm just tired of it. We were hoping to have this done by February.
Yeah.
And we're still, we've done all the inspections except for the final inspection. And like I said, we just have a little bit of bathroom work, electrical work, some caulk and paint.
Now, I'm not sure. Here's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not sure you need an attorney. Maybe you do. But the bottom line is this. You want to somehow document what has happened and get a commitment to pay you back. Is that what you want?
Right, because I don't trust him to actually pay me back.
Yeah, but here's what I'm telling you. Having an attorney do it or whatever, if you get this down on paper that he acknowledges this or that, if the guy's a deadbeat, it's not going to, I hate to tell you this, Chris, but it's virtually impossible to collect from a deadbeat unless you have some kind of judgment and you come into money or they come into money. So how much are you figuring he owes you?
I'm figuring he owes me about 10.
Okay, so if you had 10 grand plus what's due, you feel you could finish the job?
Easily.
Okay, hold on. I have some ideas on how we approach this and maybe have someone help you through the steps. And just hang on, and we'll take you right after the news. I'm Tom Martino. Don't forget 303-MARTINO. You can get right in, 303-627-8466.
Yay.
This is a terrible problem to have. Hey, what did we do? Hey, Kachina, do you recall that old guy, Gerald, that sideswiped a car and took off, and then he got
I didn't know I hit the car.
Did we do anything with him?
Yeah, we gave him Joe Lazara's number, and he supposedly has a call with him today.
Good. So this shuttle service, there's nothing. I don't think the guy did anything nefarious.
Brenda's back. She has a follow-up.
Good. Okay. You know, this buy and build, I'm looking at watches, Invicta.
How does Buy and Bill have watches?
Because they're doing that auction. Did you hear, or did you have your head in a mimosa?
Oh, I might have had, you know, my head in a mimosa.
Blah, 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 blah.
But I thought they just auctioned off stuff to build.
During the roller auction, they add to their inventory. You're right that's not normal. But so they add to it. They just do whatever. They have flashlights and barbecue tongs and Jesus, just shit you would never believe. Water bottles, thermoses, coolers,
Interesting.
just all kinds of stuff.
For calling Highland Homes. This call may be
Good morning, Tom Martino Show.
to speak with someone about our new home and community. Press 1. For all other questions.
A twisted walking stick.
What's your name, sir? Jim?
Interesting.
J-I-M?
So that the phones seem to be working better.
All right.
Not walking on each other.
Oh, yeah. Hang on for me, and
we cut down that.
Tom will be with you as soon as possible. Okay? Hold on.
And you did that through your computer?
Through the codec, it's called, which is yeah. So when you connect to the other side, there are different kinds of handshakes you can do, different kind of protocols, and I don't quite understand it perfectly, but you got to find one.
I hate it when
Some
that
of them,
happens.
you don't care about delay. You want the best audio quality possible. And like,
for
let's
you.
just say I was narrating to him a spot. Who cares about the delay? I narrate the spot, it's done. He takes it and puts it together.
Good
But
morning,
when
Tom
you're
Martino
live,
Show.
that, you got to compromise.
Hello.
because
I thought it was going
that
to
delay will
I
kill
got you all set for the next break, okay? So hang on for
Because
me,
it's all
and we'll get
working
you
with
all
the same
set up.
bandwidth.
Huh?
My bandwidth, the good news here is I have rock solid bandwidth. Rock solid.
Phones
Don't
just
you have
jacked
don't
up.
you have good luck with the bands here?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah. It's
Here
a,
at home, I mean,
what do you have at home?
the Verizon wireless 5G, $25 a month.
That wireless 5G, do you have it on a wall or something?
Yeah, it's I set it on top of an armoire. $25 a month.
Now, how much would Starlink cost you at home?
What?
What would Starlink cost you?
Oh, I have no idea because I never had to look into it. Now, when I build my cottage, I'll probably have to get Starlink, right? So, but the 5G, when I was setting it up, the woman said 10 miles. It connected to an antenna 10 miles away, downtown. And I said, that's a really far away antenna. She goes, oh, that we don't consider that far for this service. She's like,
do you
system won't even notice it.
Do you want to be in a treat area or an open area or of plains or what?
Kind of like my ideal area is like that huge area called Sedalia.
Yeah, that's
the
beautiful.
west, and on the east, all the way to where Marc lives. So it's a very, I mean, a lot of options.
You just want room to.
I want room. I want 5 acres. I want to have a little animal rescue inside, for like bunnies, and, bunnies and cats probably, like that kind of stuff. Squirrels. So I want to have a little small animal rescue. I can rehabilitate and rehome them. That's kind of like the plan. But like where Marc and Susie.
And your business, you have a good business that can generate without too much hands-on. If you.
Yeah, when it generates, like right now, we're really.
Critical condition after being shot in Aurora. Police say it happened yesterday near East Center Point Drive in an apartment building. Authorities say it's likely someone was playing with the gun when it went off. The boy's father was arrested yesterday in Colorado Springs on outstanding warrants unrelated to this incident. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer. Now, impact traffic. This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection
So,
Systems.
yeah, you shouldn't take food into the bathroom. I understand it.
What?
But I went and got this stuff out of the fridge, and then I had to stop and go eat. But while I'm in there, this is over on the counter. Let's see if it'll do it now. Hang on. It does that. Makes that noise while I'm standing there doing my thing. I thought maybe I'd blown something out. I thought I would immediately have to go see a doctor. What the hell just popped? Never mind. I'm jelly.
Oh.
Very nervous for a moment.
So when sales had their little
to
do last week, you know, and they got like
had some food.
snooze.
Okay, yeah.
They got snooze, pancakes and fruit and all sorts of stuff. So I basically stole the pancakes.
Oh, that's right. You told me you took it all home.
Yeah. But I took the fruit home. So, and I was like, well, what the fuck am I going to do with this? Because, you know, I don't.
Was it already kind of goopy?
No.
I thought you said you had to put it in a blender or something.
I made fruit compote.
Close.
And I've been eating off of it ever since. And it's damn good.
I thought you said fruit compost when you told me.
Compote. Come on, Shannon.
Thank you.
You're smarter than that.
No, well.
You know what? I got 1 minute.
Yes, how can I help you?
Hey, Jeff, Marc Mager, how are you?
Remember, if you hear that.
Pretty good. Hey, I've got a question for you. We're looking at.
Could you know?
Well, we're under contract for 16527 Highway 385, and you guys sold the old owners the manufactured house. I'm trying to figure out some stuff like just some of the stuff on the build sheet, like what kind of roofs on there.
Tuesday on Ryan Schuling Live.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
I'm Tom Martino. This is the Troubleshooter Show. If you're new to town, I'm happy to have you here. If you're not new to town, spread it around because this is the only show of its kind anywhere. The only place where we talk about everyday aches and pains, those things that tick you off, those things that make you tick, and we really try to solve your problems. So remember the number 303-MARTINO. You can call it 24/7, get a place on the show, or you can call directly when we're on the air, 303-627-8466. And the talk line is 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, I understand some places had like baseball-size hail last night, or some of them said 3 in the morning, 3 to 4 in the morning. That is highly unusual to have hail in the early morning before the sun is shining. That is weird, but it must have been building up all day and then just spit out giant. One of my listeners, one of my morons from YouTube, JR, sent me a picture holding. Look at these things, man. Though that would do some serious harm. That could kill you coming out of the sky. And JR, I wish you would call in and tell us more about where you found them. And God, the damage it must have done. All right, so this hour brought to you by Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, who will gladly help you evaluate your home and what it will sell for without any obligation. So if you're ever wondering about that, Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, it's a totally free service, and he will evaluate everything in the marketplace having to do with your home and then give you a complete report. It's in depth and no obligation. Okay? It's 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. So Chris has a contractor issue, and really these things are, God, they're so disheartening. One of the problems, Chris, with having a bad contractor is once they get your money and it's spent, you can kiss it goodbye. They don't have the ability to repay. Even if you get a judgment, not being able to collect is terrible. And then if you've totally lost trust with the guy, you can't have him continue working. So you're really between a rock and a hard place. Now, you hired this contractor for $57,600 for a basement renovation. So far, you've paid $53,600. And this guy supposedly had health problems. Now, I want to ask some just basic questions. Do you think this guy really had health and other problems, or do you think he's just looking for excuses?
No, I think he did. I think he did. He even tried sending his son over to help and do some stuff at times because he claimed he was in a hospital, and I believe that to be true because, like I said, his son was still here.
Okay.
Some of the guys that worked for him were still here.
Did he actually walk off the job yet, Chris? Did this contractor basically walk off the job? Did he say, I can't do it?
No. He keeps telling me I can probably have someone there this weekend, or I'm going to call his brother's a carpenter. He's like, I'm going to call my brother and see if he can do this. But every morning I have to basically text him and ask, is someone coming over today?
Yeah.
And it's just, I believe he will get the job done if I give him enough time. But the problem is we're already 4 months behind schedule, and this is seriously eating into our plans. So I want to get this job done, and I actually want to list this house and be done with it.
Yeah. Now, so the guy, okay. So really, when you have someone like this, wouldn't he just, without hiring an attorney and everything, would he just sign a promissory note for you and say, be on your way, tell him to be on? What's the name of the contractor?
It's Design Plus, and they have a DBA, and I believe the DBA is Design Plus, but it's that's the name that it was listed under, was Design Plus.
And what is his name?
Joe Molina.
Molina. Okay.
Yes.
Now,
and
would he sign a promissory note?
Pulled permits. He's got insurance and all of those things. So it's not like he's just a guy knocking on my door. So
okay. So how did you find him?
He was on Home Advisor, I believe. Home Advisor Angie. We hired him in November. I think that's where I found him. I tried contacting AAA, and they could not get it done in the time.
You should have gone. You should have gone to referralist.com for this.
Well, I did. I tried contacting AAA in Morrison. They're on your referral list, but he couldn't get it done in the time frame we wanted because of the holidays and other work.
That's Toby, I believe. Hey, here's the thing. Right now, will he sign an agreement, a mutual, like a settlement agreement? That's the best. That will really, hiring an attorney is just throwing money away with this guy because most likely he's not going to come through anyway. And if he goes bankrupt, you're out of luck. But if you did this in a friendly way and say, look, let's do a settlement agreement. I'm willing to walk away for 10 grand. I'll feel that that's a just settlement. Would he just basically do that?
That I don't know with 100% certainty. I mean, he might say yes, but I'll pay you $100 for the next 120 months.
Well, no. I'm not talking about even outlining a payment plan, but just a statement of settlement. In other words, that I, Joe Molina, acknowledge that I've had problems and delayed this project, and I agree to pay Chris $10,000 as full and final settlement. You don't have to have the payment options spelled out, but just the understanding of the main facts. Would he say to you, there's no way I owe you 10 grand. I've been working my tail off. What would his reaction be to you asking him to sign a settlement agreement? What do you think his initial reaction would be?
I think his reaction would be, yes, I will sign a settlement because I'm never going to pay it. But I don't think he would agree to the 10 grand.
What do you, okay. Have you ever discussed how much you think you're owed?
I did text him this morning and said, hey, what about you just give me this $10,000 back and then I go find another contractor to finish it. And he basically said he could do a payment plan. He didn't acknowledge the number. He just said, I can do a payment plan or I can slowly get the job done.
Okay. You got to do that. You're going to have to sign a settlement agreement with him, and you're not willing to let him continue, and I don't blame you. You're already 4 months behind schedule. But get something down that acknowledges he owes you something. We'll worry about the collection afterwards. Frankly, I don't think you're going to get it. What kind of health problems does this guy have?
He had COVID-related breathing and lung issues.
Okay. And how old is this gentleman?
Mid 50s, late 50s.
Okay. This is what I would do, and we'll get involved later on. But I'm telling you, hiring an attorney now is way premature, because that's all the attorney's going to do. Is the attorney, all the tools the attorney has is negotiating a settlement or taking him to court and getting a judgment. But okay, so you could do that. You can get a judgment. You can't go for 10 grand. That's county court. You'd have to go to small 7,500 limit for small claims court. If you are willing to do that and get a judgment for 7,500, then you have a judgment. Once you have a judgment, it sits there until you do something with it. But at least it's a transcript and it's a legal document, what they call memorializing the event, putting it in writing and having a real figure to work with. Again, you can't do 10 grand in small claims, so you would have to go to county court. That's not impossible, by the way, to do on your own. That's pretty easy. Do you think this guy would lawyer up if you did that, or do you think he's down and out and can't afford it?
I don't know whether he's down and out and can't afford it, because I don't know if he's just done with my job because he's not going to get more money from it, and he's still doing this to other people. I don't know anything.
Yeah, well,
that's one of the reasons I want to bring some publicity towards this. And if I can, because you talk about the Contractor Trust Act all the time on your show.
Yeah.
And if he has committed theft and stuff like that, I want him no longer doing business.
You know what? I agree with you 100%. In addition to helping yourself, you fear right now he might be out there doing it every day. As soon as he takes a down payment, he's trying to catch up with people who are nipping at his heels. I get you, and I applaud you for that. But there's only so much this guy can do. And then here's the problem. Now, if he's doing it intentionally, bankruptcy won't help him. But no one goes after somebody for fraud on bankruptcy. This guy will just file bankruptcy and everybody will go away. Very seldom do people try to pierce the bankruptcy and go after them personally and claim that it was manipulated and all of that. I'm not saying it's impossible, but very seldom do people do that. Chris, the very first thing I would do, and I'm marking this here so we can bring it back up for you. The very first thing I would do is say, Joe, listen, we need to get something in writing so we can, come to an agreement as to what is owed and how much would be an equitable settlement. If you can't get that done, Chris, then we go to the next tier, which is us contacting him and explaining to him about the Contractors Trust Act. But get something in writing. I would suggest something very simple, that that he could not complete the job due to various health problems and other issues, and he agrees to a full and final settlement or you both agree to a full and final settlement of $10,000 to be paid. Let's put it this way: to be paid in the future in a mutually acceptable way or something. Again, I'm just telling you what I would do. I can't give you legal advice. But do something to get it in writing. That's your first step. You do not need an attorney at this point. Unless you want to go to court, just spend all of that money and get a useless judgment. Really, you're going to get a judgment. You have proof he took the money. The job's not done. If a contractor looked at the job, would a contractor looked at the contract and looked at the job, would a contractor come to the conclusion that it is not complete?
Yes.
Okay.
I was actually going to call a couple other people on the referral list today to start scheduling quotes.
Here, what you ought to do is but this is what's really important, Chris. When the wheels come off, you can't go and say to a contractor, let's say you had Genesis come out, which is a wonderful contractor, Genesis Total Exteriors. So let's say they come out and they say to you, it's going to cost 20 grand to finish, because Genesis is looking at it as the way they would do it. So that's not fair. What you need to do is have a contractor come out and look at the contract you have and say, what would it take to finish the job according to the terms of this contract? And you do have a contract with them, right?
I do.
Okay. So the extent that that work is being done to that contract, find out what it would cost to complete it according to that contract, not according to what a good contractor would do, but whatever you contracted to do for $57,600, you ask the people you hire to look at it, or the inspector, how much will it cost? So let's say they tell you, you know what? It's going to cost you $15,000 to finish this according to the contract. Right now, you would owe him technically $4,000. So you would take four.
I could sue for 11.
Yeah, whatever. You would take whatever is owed. You minus that from what it would take, and you sue him for the difference. So if it would take $10,000 to finish according to that contract, you would take the $4,000 off of that because you're not going to pay him that, and then you would sue him for the additional $6,000. And you need to do that quickly. So once you do that, call us back. I have all of our notes here, and we'll help you with the next step. But man, there is nothing worse than being in a situation like this. And people, it happens all the time. You get behind the 8 ball with a contractor, and it just sucks. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm going to come back to Brenda after the break. She says she has a follow-up on the 8 Black issue, which is a airport shuttle. So stick around to hear that and more on the Troubleshooter Show.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Is Mark
Sure.
going to do this 120?
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
K&H Home Solutions is a place you can call for window siding, doors, and more, even painting. K&H has it. Think of K&H as your complete home improvement company for the outside of your home. Siding, windows, doors, and all of the painting needs. And what I love about K&H is their heritage. They've been around more than 65 years. 303-421-7100. They have a siding that is second to none. This siding is a lifetime siding. And they also have Alpine high performance products, custom crafted, super insulating, thermally efficient windows and doors. So why don't you give them a call if you want to spruce up your home with a company I know and trust, and a company you can trust. 303-421-7100, khwindows.com.
Joe,
All right.
My friend, let me ask you a question, man. If someone stumbles, boy, this would be nice. You stumble upon an old 401k from a company you used to work for. What should you roll it over into? What are your different options? What do you think, Joe?
Well, Mark, a lot of people just lately have actually found that they have an orphan or an older 401k that they totally forgot about. They totally forgot about that 401k. So they're able to roll that money over into an annuity, the annuity that we talk about all the time, which is an IRA. It has to be a qualified annuity, which is an IRA.
Yep, and you're going to have no tax ramification. And and think about this, folks. If we're talking $100,000 and you roll it over into the product we're talking about, it is immediately worth 15% more. That's your bonus. So it's $115,000 day one. Where else can you make $15,000 in that example? Literally overnight. Then it's going to grow and grow and grow. And then when you want to retire, let's say what, Joe? I mean, it could be 5 years from now. It could be 30 years from now. Whenever you want to retire, then you can pull that trigger, turn on that income every day, and then tell everybody what happens if they're unable to live their normal life, meaning they can't shower or cook for themselves. Tell us what that annuity does to that guaranteed money you get every month.
Oh, absolutely. The people are needing long-term care. So that means that if somebody needs to go to assisted living, nursing home care, dementia care, or even have in-home help to come in and help them, the company will double their payment for life.
Which is absolutely, it's unbelievable if you really look at the terms like this. And it doesn't matter if it's an orphan 401k or money you've saved up or an IRA or regardless of what it is, the 15% bonus day one, that grows for as long as you want it to grow. Then when you want that paycheck for life, you turn on the income stream. You could have thousands of dollars a month guaranteed to come in every month till the day you die. Then if something happens to your health, it doubles. Listen to that. That payment doubles for the rest of your life. Call up, get the real numbers, talk about the guaranteed pension, mymoneymyway.com, mymoneymyway.com, or give my friend Joe a call, 303-779-6600. You won't be sorry.
About a minute over, but that's not too bad.
What?
Shannon said you were a minute over.
Shut up, Shannon.
You didn't want to know?
Actually, I wasn't a minute over. I was 27 seconds over. I timed
Yeah,
it.
but with Tom's 27 seconds over, we're about a minute over.
Yeah, that I believe.
Uh-huh.
The difference is I was 27. I was
on a 2-minute spot.
I was 14, not even 14. I was 13.5% over.
Yeah.
He was 100% over.
Right. Hey, but during the Joe Chiano hit, I was wondering, does Dimitri qualify as in-house medical support for Tom?
Yes. He pays him.
Tom muted everything because he doesn't want to be part of this.
I'm here. I'm listening to everything.
Yep. So, because Dimitri has to get your food and your water and damn near help you go to the bathroom, is he like qualified for?
Visiting angel?
Yeah, he's a visit. Actually, Dimitri's a visiting a-hole. Whole different company. Visiting a-hole.
What's up, Stemple? I just seen you on here. I haven't seen you for a while, man.
You the man.
I don't know if he's a man, but
No.
he's decent. He's okay. He got up and disappeared from us.
Yeah.
I thought he suicided himself. Or I thought he got suicided. Like
Maybe Melissa sidled.
all those people.
You know
Clinton.
Melissa?
So what about Stemple?
Nothing. He was just saying, what's up?
Here you go.
Visit adsalarm.com.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Brenda called earlier, and Brenda said, hey, I have an issue with a shuttle company. I paid in advance for shuttles to the airport, and now they're out of business. And I said, well, Brenda, the most logical thing to do is obviously contest it on your charge card. And she's back with more information. Again, this has affected a lot of people. They were selling prepaid passes right up until the end. What's going on, Brenda? What did you find out? Anything new?
I haven't had a chance to call the credit card, but I happened to be in Longmont, and I went to their place of business, and a gentleman was inside the office. He will not disparage Simon Chen, who is the owner, but all of the drivers, he claims, have been paid. And a lady walked up named Ann, who I will keep in touch with. She is in for $3,000 of these cheap passes. And God forbid, just poor kid. So she and I will keep in touch, and I'll have her call her credit card company.
Right, for sure.
But I was concerned because I knew one of the drivers comes to the place that I work, and now I feel good that at least the drivers got paid. But Well, isn't that sad?
Well, Brandon,
sad.
what is your gut feeling? What is your gut feeling? You don't think he engineered this thing to try to get a bunch of money and leave? Or do you? What is your gut feeling?
The driver that I talked to, who will remain unnamed, said he was just a good guy. He had no business sense. He should have never sold those $32 things. And, I don't know, drugs, women, I'm not going to disparage the guy. I just am very sad that somebody's out $3,000.
Right.
I just dig you so much. Trust and respect. That's all I ask for. And I will tip anybody. Actually, I just came to get my rings cleaned at Classic Gold. There's a good business in Longmont. Incredible jeweler. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just bummed.
You know what? I understand that. I understand that completely. But the good news is this: everyone, and I mean everyone who paid by credit card, I think, is going to be able to get their money back. This is a classic credit card case where you can contest the charges. Thank you for calling. 303-713-TALK is our number, or you can call 303 Martino, 303-627-8466. Jim. You may have run into a possible scam, you say. Spill the beans, Jim. What's going on with you?
All right. I get scammed about once a week, or they're tempted. I don't fall for them. But there's a new one going in. I got a call. I'm the customer of Xfinity and Comcast. And I got a call saying that my 2-year promotional had run out. And my new rate, instead of being 119, would be 150. Well, when I questioned the guy on it, I said, no, I just re-upped. I'm at 119. He made me an offer. I could get my whole fee turned down to $50 a month for both Comcast and Xfinity if I was willing to pay for 12 months in advance. Too good to be true.
It's a complete
So
scam.
I told him I wasn't interested. I checked with a friend
How
at
do you know,
Xfinity.
D?
He
How do you
said,
know
"We
it's a
have no
complete
such
scam?"
program."
So I get this voicemail from them about every other week. And I have neither Comcast or Infinity.
That's what I was going to say. How do they know you're a customer? They don't.
They're just rolling the dice, and they got this guy, right, because he happens to be a customer. But if you do a keyword search for Comcast Xfinity scam on the internet, you will see many thousands of people reporting this. And unfortunately, some of them do make that payment, and then they never see that money again. So you're onto
That's
something.
Exactly right. Yeah, I didn't fall for it, but I just want to have people warned out there. It's a shame these people just sit in front of a computer.
How much do they want
money.
from you, by the way, Jim?
They wanted $600.
And
they
they
wanted
said
12 months at $50 a month.
Oh, they said then you could keep the lower price.
I can get. Well, I was 119, but he can get me down to $50 a month if I would pay for a year.
Got it.
Deal.
And I happen to have a friend that works at Xfinity. I got hold of him. He says, we have no such program.
You were smart enough not. Well, what was your first clue? What kind of payment were they going to accept from you?
Oh, wait, I didn't even get to that. When he said $600 pay for a year in advance.
Okay, so you didn't bother. You just knew something was up.
Yeah, it was one of those too good to be true. Instead of 150 that he wanted, now suddenly he wanted $50 a month if I'd pay for 12 months.
Yep, I'm telling you.
Not pay $50 a month, pay $600 right away.
And what you said is true. What the hell is going on? There are more scams than ever. In fact, people, I'm going to give away a prize. I want you to call in with the latest scams. And if it's a scam that we haven't heard of, we'll give you a prize. I don't know what the prize is. Maybe a trip to Miami. No, I'm just kidding. But we'll give you maybe a little troubleshooter swag. We got more coming up. 303-713-8255. Remember, these offers come from everywhere. One Clear Choice Garage Doors for your garage door needs, whether it's an opener, a spring, a hinge, the cable, the entire door. One Clear Choice Doors.com has you covered. All of their prices are on the website. Look them up. OneClearChoiceDoors.com.
Thank you.
KHOW Denver.
I almost got taken by one of those scams recently, but joke's on them. I used your credit card.
Oh,
All your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Pretty clear driving throughout the Denver metro before we hit that noon hour. I-25 north and southbound, for the most part, showing intended speeds. We are seeing some slowdowns both directions through the downtown area. Nothing out of the ordinary as we head into the lunch hours. Out west into the high country, I-70 east and westbound closed through the Veterans Memorial Tunnel for ongoing rock scaling operations. We're seeing about 20-minute holds before the roads open back up again. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Hi, I'm Kyle, founder of Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 to make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Our prices are low, and our blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com.
You want an excellent company to do your roof in an excellent way with excellent pricing and excellent value? Then you want excelroofing.com. It's Excel as in excellent, E-X-C-E-L, excelroofing.com. Jay, and now with his son Henry, have a great company with more than 35,000 satisfied customers. And what I'm saying to you is this: don't take a chance with the others. With Excel, you don't pay a cent until you're content. No penalty clauses if you change your mind. They know they have to earn your trust in business every day. They put an expert on your roof from beginning to end, your project manager. Call them, 303-761-6400, and that's free roof inspections, 303-761-6400, excelroofing.com.
Thank you.
We all do in our ways.
Supposedly from
And he's
Comcast
like, no, he got
advising
me addicted to this
that his
freaking yacht
introductory
show.
prices.
It'll get you.
This guy sounds like such a putz.
A little bit. Although, good military family. It's true. It's almost like Lieutenant Dan. You know how all of his relatives died in service and he didn't want to live. I think he's the same deal. He's had some family member die in every war since the Revolution.
Yikes. Good morning, Tom Martino Show. I'm not really sure what you're getting at. We're the Troubleshooter Show. We help people. Is that what you wanted?
No.
Yo. Mark.
8 black, yes. 8 black, yes.
Mark. Marky.
They are not listening in there. That's a bad scene, Tom.
Marky, I gotta ask him something. Did they buy a house?
Interesting. Okay, what's your name? Dan. Okay, Dan, hang on for me, and Tom will be with you momentarily, okay? Hang on. Actually, he needs to, because you have some really good advice for our listening audience that might be in the same predicament. And so I really think it would behoove everyone
Tom?
if you went on.
Yes.
What question did you have?
Did you guys find a house?
Yes, that's what I'm bouncing on today, big time, man.
So really, you're gonna buy it?
Yeah, offer accepted. I'm just working through everything. You should see the garage this kid's got. It's gonna be it's 48 by 32, two-story RV garage, 50 amp, full blown furnace. I mean, beautiful, brand new furnace. And
wow.
It's just an unbelievable. Then it's got a regular 2-car garage. The house is about 2,000 square feet, and it's on 4.5 acres. It's
Very
absolutely
cool.
beautiful. And the price, the home was built in 23.
Oh, very cool.
What the hell?
He's 4 minutes from work.
That is awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I'm like, I can't believe. I was so bummed out on the first one that fell through. And then the second one fell through, but they weren't nearly as cool as this house. And I was thinking, too, with that RV garage, if we ever sell our Franktown property, I got a place to park the bus.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons I never thought of downsizing right now, is simply because of that.
Or you could start a business like the public storage call that we had.
Yeah, I could. He could move
Pumping
in
the garage.
14 homes.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. Don't forget, Fix It 24/7. They're doing, by the way, that deep clean check. It's the extreme clean check and tune of your AC. Do it for $39 if you've not had it done before. Unbelievable deal. 2 hours of labor pulling this thing out, taking it apart, cleaning each and every crevice and cranny and part, and adjusting it all. That's fixmyhome.com. Book now, just $39. Dan wants to talk about 8 Black shuttle service. Basically, 8 Black reduced their price and were selling a lot of advance passes just before they went out of business. But a lot of people think it's a good guy. He wasn't doing it to cheat anyone. He was trying to make a last-ditch effort to stay above water and had to close up. And I'm advising people who bought these passes in advance and paid in advance to go to their credit card company and contest the charge, because they're getting no service in return. Dan, what is your comment? What is going on about 8 Black shuttle service?
I would just say, I think it was either Friday after I saw the email or Saturday. I called American Express because I'm out $600.
Wow.
And American Express said because they're a closed company, they have no way to claw back the money.
What?
I mean, people can go to, they said they have no way to claw it back.
Well, you can still contest that charge. I kind of disagree with what they're telling you at this point. You can contest this charge.
I mean, Tom, our previous caller just a few minutes ago said that American Express had refunded her purchase.
Yeah, why don't you just go online and contest it?
I sure wouldn't offer that kind of information. I'd basically say, hey, in fact, if it was in the last 60 or 90 days, I'll tell you exactly what I'd say. I'd say I have no idea what the hell this is. Someone must have stolen and using my number, because I have absolutely no idea what the hell this is.
When they said they had no ability to claw it back, that's the same with fraud. They very seldom have the ability to claw back money in the in cyberspace when you deal with ripoffs and cheats and all of these. I'm shocked that they told you that.
They actually don't even claw it back. There's a thing called a merchant account, and the merchant doesn't get all the money that they charge people's credit cards for
until the reckoning.
There's a certain there's like a 20% or a 10% float that remains in this account that credit cards can claw their money back out of the account. They don't even get it out of the merchant themselves.
That actually is correct.
Yeah. So Dan, you were told. I don't know who you called. Did you call American Express itself?
I talked to American Express because I have them going back to 2024, the charges. And what you want to be a little careful on is that American Express will credit your account damn near immediately with your charges, and then they'll go investigate it, and you may or may not get the actual credit. So if people spend the money, they may or may not get the actual credit. But,
it's a provisional credit, and I don't know if you could go back that far, man. I mean, going back 6 months, generally you're talking 90, 120 days.
You know, we have to get someone, Mark. Will our processor know? Mark,
but each bank's different. It depends who you're dealing with. Capital One can handle it completely different than Amex compared to Wells Fargo.
Yeah, but what I mean is there any legal limit? Like they say, after this much time, you can't do it, or I'm just wondering.
It's whatever's in the term of your agreement with the credit card company.
Yeah, you're right about that. It's contractual.
If you got a black card, you could probably get rid of something you bought a year and a half ago, long as it's not a jet airline.
I think that basically I've never waited a year or anything, but I did on one card come up against some fraudulent charges that went back about 4 or 5 months, and they asked me why I didn't notice it sooner. But they did let me contest it. And really, I'm going to research this.
To me, the biggest issue, and I always preach this, and I know people can't stand it when I do it, but if someone ripped you off and they used your credit card and you did not slide it in something, in other words, it was given over the phone or over the internet or plugged in some way, you basically play stupid and say, I have no idea what the hell this is. Don't open yourself up to some long story how this company promised this.
Yeah.
Yep, that's how you handle it.
And I think that guy maybe told too much, hey, I paid for this and the card company and the company went out of business, and maybe, who knows, maybe the clerks are even told, hey, if the consumer's in doubt, don't do it. I mean, I don't think you even need to talk to them, though. That's the part that confuses me. Whenever I've contested a charge, it's always been online. Thank you, though, Dan. We're looking into the clawback or the contesting provisions for charges. I think, like Mark said, it's a matter of contract between you and the issuer. But there's got to be something maybe under the UCC.
Yeah, there is. I just looked it up.
Okay, good.
So by law, you have to notify them within 60 days.
It says by law. Okay,
That's,
60
I'm just
days.
Reading, section 1026.
Of what? What law?
That is under the TILA, under Truth in Lending Act.
Okay.
And then there are actually, and it's either TILA or Fair Credit Billing Act.
I just verified that. Fair Credit Billing Act says you have 60 days from the statement date showing the error, not from the transaction date. And this is by law. So you're right.
What's even more important...
Wait, guys. When you say by law, they have to do at least 60. I get that. But if Amex decides they will go back 90, there's nothing wrong with that.
A year.
You're absolutely right, Mark.
Amex
yes, correct.
A year. So
yeah,
that's even more important than what the law says. It just depends on
the issuer. It says here, it goes on to say, the issuer must acknowledge your dispute within 30 days.
And they must complete their investigation
within two billing cycles, right?
It says 90 days.
It says typically 60 days, but never more than 90. So you're right. 90 is the limit. So this is good to know. Additional time limits have to do with other things, like you have 120 days to file a chargeback for issues like product, service, and quality. This is not fraud now. This is 120 days for quality.
Okay.
I think we've all been screwed at some point where we have some kind of continuous billing going on, and say we canceled the service, but we didn't recognize it because it's only, $12 a month, or for whatever reason you didn't recognize it. So you've been paying it a year and a half. It finally dawns on you, and you call up your credit card company and go, what the hell, I canceled with this company, and they can only go back, or they will only go back 3 months or whatever it is.
In any case, it's amazing, though.
We got a break.
How many people... It's amazing how many people bought these passes from this place for a small company.
Yeah.
And if you do the sampling of my audience and how the number of calls compared to the population, it tells you that these guys made a whole crap load of sales.
Did they BK it? I was bouncing around doing a few things.
No, they just closed right now. I couldn't find no bankruptcy.
So the problem is each person got ripped off by so little, no one's going to force them into a BK.
That's probably the truth. That's
unless they owe a landlord or unless they owe some money somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. Tom Martino here. More coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Pretty clear driving throughout the Denver metro before we hit that noon hour. I-25 north and southbound, for the most part, showing intended speeds. We are seeing some slowdowns both directions through the downtown area. Nothing out of the ordinary as we head into the lunch hours. Out west into the high country, I-70 east and westbound closed through the Veterans Memorial Tunnel for ongoing rock scaling operations. We're seeing about 20-minute holds before the roads open back up again. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Need new blinds? At Blindster.com, we offer guaranteed low prices, guaranteed satisfaction, free samples, and free shipping. At Blindster, we take the fear out of ordering custom blinds, shades, and shutters so you can do it yourself and save big. Blindster.com.
You know, FixMyHome.com, Book Now, is the website where you go and book now for the $39 extreme clean, tune, and check of your AC. Make no mistake, dirt and grime is the number one killer of ACs, and it cuts down on the efficiency, and you can save money immediately and get a lease on life for your AC if you do it now for $39. For people who haven't had it done, it's like a complete refurbishment. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Do it before the severe heat. Do you want to be a landlord, and you want to be a landlord in a way that takes away the conventional risks and hassles? Vestera Turnkey is the place to go. Barry Miller and his team have put together a plan that helps you invest in real estate and become a landlord. They hold your hand through the whole process and become your mentor. You don't have to hassle with the day-to-day aches and pains. They do it for you. Look them up and find out more on becoming a landlord and getting fantastic returns. Vestera Turnkey. That's mybiggestrureturn.com. mybiggestrureturn.com. Right now, before you do any investing, including Vestera or anything else, you need to get out of high interest debt. If you have high interest payments every month on credit cards, that's money just in the wind. You know what you need to do? You need to stop the high interest drain. You can do that with a smart equity loan from American Financing. That's AmericanFinancing.net. Give them a call and tell them you're interested in the smart equity loan. That part of your loan will be paid, that part of your equity will be used to get rid of that high interest debt. You will save hundreds of dollars a month and immediately improve your credit and give you some breathing room. Call American Financing, 303-695-7000, 695-7000.
Thank you.
I don't recall doing zero res. And Excel.
Yeah, I wonder about that.
What happened to the 11:30 break? We didn't blow right through it, did we?
No, you did. Are you doing okay otherwise?
Yeah, I am. Am I sounding weak?
Yeah, a little tired is all.
Yeah, I am. But I'm really trying to take the focus off of that right now with me.
Have you not done enough?
I'm just trying to be.
I know, but 50 years. Come on.
I don't want to give in yet.
Oh, you.
Do you remember, what was that guy's name? Poor son of a bitch. He was such a sasso. Was that his name?
Oh, yeah. And I don't know what he died from.
There was nothing like wrong with him. I saw him that afternoon, and then that night he dropped dead.
Yep.
Tom Sasso. Wasn't it Tom?
No.
Oh.
Ken.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Good guy.
Did he have an aneurysm?
No idea.
Could have been.
Yeah, I'm sure we knew at the time. I'm sure they said something, but I forget what it is. He was an afternoon host here. At almost the same time, Kim, one of the news writers, Kim Shepard, had that stillborn.
Oh, yeah. That was so sad.
So it made it kind of interesting. We were able to mourn publicly Ken's loss while we were really bummed out about Kimmy's.
Yeah.
Man, because I went to that funeral. I went to her baby's funeral, and her husband goes to the back of the hearse and pulls out a bread box to put in the ground. Oh,
God.
It killed us.
God damn it.
It was a rough day.
Mm-hmm.
How did it die?
It's born dead. Something happened.
In utero?
Yeah, some stillborn deal.
So it didn't happen during delivery?
No, and it happened like 10% of the time in the 1800s. I mean, it didn't make it. And it was a bummer to see that little box. Golly.
I'm trying to think what we should do, if anything.
What kind of cravings are you getting?
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to figure it out. I need to do something.
Ding dang it. We're back. Yep.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Tim. Welcome to the show, Tim. What's going on with your plumber?
Yes, what happened was I hired a plumber January 9th to do a rough-in plumbing job in my basement to a friend, and I was dumb and I paid up front, and he failed the inspection 2 times. He had a drain from the sink vanity going upwards, and he had another issue where he didn't put the right flange in the toilet thing, but 2 times. And now he says that he can't come up. He told me about 3.5 weeks ago, he can't come up for 3 weeks to fix what he messed up. So I'm going to have to do it myself so I can pass the regional buildings plumbing inspection.
Now, you hired him. You hired him only for a rough-in, right?
A rough-in, and he didn't complete it.
Right. And how much did you pay him up front?
$2,400.
And why? May I ask why you did that?
Why I did that, because the lady I love, basically, she knew him, and I knew he was kind of hurting for money and stuff like that. So that's why I did that. But, and she feels terrible about this.
Yeah. So what's the last thing you said to this guy, Tim? What's the last thing you said to this plumber?
The last thing I turned around and I texted him on the phone. I said it failed the second time. And, and I told him the reasons why and stuff like that. He says, well, I could maybe come up in a few weeks, but I don't know when I'll be alone.
Does he have a company? Did you hire his company?
Yes, I did. He owns the company.
What's the name of the? Okay, go ahead. Spell it.
REMLE Plumbing.
Remley Plumbing.
REMLE, yes.
Okay. And you said he said he may get to it, but it's going to be a while.
Yes, and he hasn't gotten to it. And, I feel he's incompetent because he did it wrong 2 times.
How much would it cost? How much would it cost to just fix just what needs to be done for the inspection? How much? Is it a lot of money, or is it just a few $100 or what?
I haven't got another plumber to contacted another plumber yet. But the thing about it is, it's probably going to cost me a few $100, $400 at least.
But here's what I'm thinking, Tim. Maybe you do that job to finish it, and then you simply go after him for the money it takes to fix it, rather than trying to get this deadbeat to do the. I mean, he's obviously not going to do anything. So your losses.
So he's incompetent.
If your losses are $500 or less, it doesn't even pay to go after it. If you can get this fixed for $500 or less, you do that, keep the receipt, and then take the guy to small claims court, which will get you a judgment, and then we can help you collect on that judgment. But other than that, if it's only a few hundred to get it fixed, I wouldn't bother. Have it checked out and let us know. I'm Tom Martino. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Okie doke.
Hope that helps, Tim.
He's gone.
Didn't want to talk to you anyway. Hey, Courtney, it's Kelly over at the Martino Show. How are ya? I'm great. Are you ready for your 12 p.m. hit? All right, I'm gonna put you on hold, and you'll be right up after the break. Okay? Hang on.
That's smart.
What's that?
Banning cell phones. I think that's very smart.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That needs to be done like 5 years ago.
Shannon's trying to.
Yeah.
Are you saying that the cell phone ban's a good idea?
I think it's a great idea. There's no way they should allow cell phones in fucking maybe up till, say, I don't know, up till high school. Absolutely not. High school, that's a different story.
And I want you to have your position on this. Just remember what the teachers union is fighting for here.
What are they fighting for?
To not have their crazy shit getting filmed.
Huh.
That's why they're fighting this. They don't want their teachers with the, you should cut off your pee-pee and dance around. They don't want that on camera anymore because it's making them look bad.
Yeah.
But you're right. By the way, I'm just saying, and that might be a solution for some people.
Blah, 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 blah.
Past performance is no indication of future results. May lose some or all of your genitals.
That's what you tell the ladies.
Hey, baby.
It's exactly what Shannon says. Excuse me.
It was in my
past
Tinder
performance
profile for a
is
while.
no indication of future results.
It was in my Tinder profile briefly. Hey, I don't mean to pry, but I think I'm looking at your kid's new place. Now, it's not a 2,000 square foot main home?
Yes, it is. It's 2,000.
Is this on Highway 385?
Yes.
Oh, man, look at this place.
How'd you? Oh, I know how you found it. It's simple enough. Don't say it, though.
I won't say it, but...
you heard me.
That is a hell of a garage door you got.
Dude, tell me that ain't the fucking bomb diggity dog.
Holy crap.
Look at that furnace, man. And upstairs, too.
Please tell me you get to keep those velvet damn recliners or whatever it is.
No, all that shit's gone.
Okay.
That thing was built in 23.
Yeah, but furnished in 85.
Yeah, I know. It's like they moved in from...
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so at about 12:30 or so, I'm going to have to take a little break because I have somebody looking at my AC here.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'm sure it's broke.
Well, it's not working right.
What's it not doing? Just curiosity.
Third floor can't cool down no matter what I do.
Huh. Undersized, or you just don't know?
Well, I don't know. And I had Excel Roofing put in a bunch of solar fans and really cool off the upstairs.
I know what it is. I bet you I know what it is.
What?
Here we go.
It's all your hot air.
Yeah,
Damn.
thank you. Boom, boom.
There it is.
Boom, boom.
I should get paid for those one-liners.
Oh, yeah.
That one right there was probably worth what, Shannon? $150, $200?
No, it's just the opposite. It's helping. It does bring it down.
Yeah,
further
maybe
when
a
I
deal,
use it.
though, like
You don't use it, but
150 and a coupon to
at the wrong time of day.
Jack in the Box.
50 cents off your third taco.
Bag full of
But that's
tacos.
not what this
I
this
can't
problem
wait. I
preceded the
cannot
attic.
wait
That's one
for
of the reasons I
Wiener
put the fan
Schnitzel
in, thinking
in
about it.
Walmarts.
Nothing has helped so far. All the
Irritating
attic
that it's
and the
so
whole
far
house
away.
fans.
I know, it's ridiculous.
I think it might be undersized or
Wouldn't it be cool if they would deliver too with their grocery delivery? Hey, by the way, stop by the deli and grab me 4 Wiener Schnitzels.
Yeah, that's a whole house. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I gotta clean that shit. All right.
No deal as good as Super Bowl Sunday. Still, the 7 chili dogs. Yeah, 7 chili dogs for $7.
Yeah, that's a hell of a deal.
That was an awesome. That was worth the drive to the Springs.
Hot dogs sound good to me, but you don't like those. What are you gonna get?
I'll tell you what sounds what Dimitri would love, but he never tells you.
What's that?
Squirrel. He
You know,
loves
my uncles
good
used to
squirrel.
listen. My uncles used to do squirrel.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. This is a busy day today. If you have a problem, question, or complaint you want to discuss, if you have one, give us a call. There's a couple numbers. The best number for 24/7 access is 303 Martino. Then you don't have to worry when we're on the air or whatever. Just call and say, I'm having this problem. We'll call you back and get you on the next show. That's 303-627-8466, 303 Martino. And then, of course, you call 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. If you're looking for a will, or you need to compose a trust, or maybe an LLC, a family LLC that can actually be used in place of a trust, Dan McKenzie has many creative ideas and can help you with your estate plan. McKenzie Law, Dan McKenzie, and that number is 833-CO-PLANS, 833-CO-PLANS. Hey, we've been following this auction at rollerauctions.com, and then you click the buy and build link. Buy and build is a long-time sponsor of ours on the show, and we've sent a lot of people to buy and build because we love the way they do business. They're a big giant warehouse for cabinets and plumbing, for fixtures, sinks and baths and all of that. And they have twice a year this auction where they sell all kinds of stuff, not just their normal cabinets and vanities and countertops and sinks and faucets and all of that. They don't actually do they do all of that, but they also do so many other things. It's hard to explain. You have to go and browse this auction for yourself. But it started today. It's going to go on through tomorrow, and it's going to start closing tomorrow, where you have a chance to do some live bidding, and it gets exciting. So, Courtney, I've been looking. I can't believe I saw you even had some wristwatches on the auction?
Yes. There's some Invicta watches, brand new in the box. Invicta watches. They're really nice, and we like to bring those in as sort of just a little category of gift items to spice up the auction a little bit.
Somebody wanted to know, they texted me, do you have plumbing fixtures? I know I mentioned it, but you may not actually. Do you deal in the actual tubs or toilets?
We do not at our store, but we do have them in our auction. We used to sell tubs and toilets out of our store, and then when we moved to our new location, we just went to cabinets, granite, sinks, and faucets. So we do have the faucets in the sink portion, but we no longer carry toilets and tile and things like that.
Okay. What about the floors in general? Do you have any floors in this auction?
Yes, we have quite a bit of flooring in this auction. We have 4 full rolls of carpet. We've got 4 pallets of different colors of tile. We've got LVP, which is that vinyl plank that looks like wood. That's much more durable. We have a couple 3 colors of that available. We also have some solid 3/4 inch hardwood. We have some red oak and some white oak in a couple different grades.
And when the auction ends, can you explain how it goes back and forth tomorrow and what time that's going to start?
Yeah, I recommend jumping online a little bit before items start to close at 1:00 p.m. I mean, honestly, the way I like to bid is I like to get on early, and I like to place my maximum bid now, and then I don't get hung up in that bidding war at the end. And so what you can do is you can set a maximum bid right now. Say an item's sitting at 25 cents. I'm looking right now at some hardwood. There's some hardwood sitting at 15 cents a square foot for 5-inch solid white oak flooring.
Wow.
Sitting at 15 cents a foot. If your next bid is going to be 20 cents a foot, and then you can put a maximum in there, say 99 cents a foot or whatever. And so the computer will automatically bid for you all the way up until your maximum. Those numbers don't get shared with anybody. Nobody knows what your maximum is. It's a felony to share that information. So your maximum bid is totally safe. You can win that item well below your maximum bid if nobody bids against you. And then it'll bid for you right up to your maximum. And then you can log on tomorrow and see how you're doing. See if you've been outbid on any items, and if you want to raise your threshold on that, or if you want to, bid on something new.
And I notice here, if you go to rollerauction.com, ROLLER, rollerauction.com, and hit buy and build, you can browse page by page if you want to see absolutely everything. Or they have the keyword search you can do, or they have different kinds of sorting options. So really go there to see. And I see a button called watch. So what does that watch button do?
That gives you, one, it'll give you notices on the price, but it also kind of gives you updates. So you can, when you log on, you can look at what items you're watching, and it will skip over all the stuff that you've decided you don't want to bid on.
Okay.
And it will just give you a list of the stuff you're watching.
Oh, that's really good. So if you want to go through here and you find stuff, hit the watch button, and it'll sort it for you next time around. And you can bid on just those items if you want, or just watch those items. What are some more of the unusual stuff or things you might have this year?
Well, honestly, this is kind of nice to see toilets at my auction again. We haven't had toilets at our auction in probably 3 or 4 different sales, so it's nice to see those on the floor again. And then this time, last auction we had some 6-panel solid pine doors pre-hung, and then we have the 2-panel knotty pine doors pre-hung. This time we brought a 6-panel hollow core interior door. So if somebody needs to do interior doors in their house or in a rental or anything like that, these are those hollow core doors that are much better value.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to really save a ton of money. You'll be able to, there's so many different sizes and swings that are available at this auction. You can fill up the entire house and buy all doors that match, and you'll be able to save an absolute fortune on them.
Oh, no, you will. And they're beautiful doors. They come pre-hung. I'm looking at them right now. And some of these doors, you have so many of them, Courtney, so many of them that I'll venture to say you're going to have a lot going at minimum bids. Some of there are many of these interior pre-hung doors, 6-panel hollow core interior door with frame. You have various sizes, and I see a lot of them sitting at $0 and others at only $5. Oh my God. I don't see how, Courtney, you're going to get action on every one of these. You're going to have a lot of people walking away with some really, really great deals on these doors.
So I think there is going to be some great deals on these doors. The nice thing about bringing as many as we brought, and I know it does look like we brought way too many doors, but when you do a house, if you really walk through your house and you count how many doors you have in your house and what the size of those doors are and the different swings, because some swing to the right, some swing to the left, and you put up a list, one house can have 20, 25 doors in it very easily. So all we need is a couple different people that need a full house full of doors, and we can get everybody taken care of.
Yeah, if they're changing doors, now's the time to do it. These Knotty Pine doors, these are beautiful. They're beautiful. And
these are a great product for Colorado. It's it's got that knotty appeal, but it's still a solid core pine door. So it's not a hollow core. It's not cheap. It's going to have a nice, solid, heavy, rugged feeling to it and still give you that appeal of the knots and the natural rustic look.
And I can't believe how many of them are sitting at $5. I mean, that's incredible.
I know. You know what? I don't like seeing it like that, Tom. It scares me a little bit. But I do know there. Every auction, things start to go tomorrow, and then I always like it when people get really good bargains, because that means the next auction they're going to tune in and they're going to try to get good bargains again.
Yeah.
And really, that's what this is all about.
And I've seen them at 24 inches. I've seen them at 24 inches, 28 inches, 30 inches. 32. So you have varying sizes. People, if you're doing a project right now, you got to look at this site. You will save a ton of money. And that's rollerauction.com. And then just look for the buy and build on the front page, the square there, and click on that square, and it'll take you in here. So what about last time you had some I don't know, I don't remember. I think you had bicycles, but you had toys. Anything like that in this slot anywhere?
Yeah, we have quite a few toys. It's towards the end of the auction. So right about lot 350 or so, it starts to get into non-building material items. And, right after the doors there. So we got, lot 354 is a grand entryway door that's really beautiful front door for your home, and then it goes into some throw rugs, and then it goes into the miscellaneous stuff. There's pickleball rackets, there's paddle boards, there are tons of different gift items and toys. One of the big things that we have is this mix and mash set. It is a 30-piece slime set, and it's got all sorts of different colors of slime with glitters and all sorts of stuff. Kids love this stuff.
Now these by the way, these interior doors, these are thousands of dollars worth of doors. One of them, for example, a Knotty Elder grand entry doorway with side lights, and then there's 6 lights in the main door. You're looking at a bid right now of $110. I mean,
I know, and that door right there is probably a $3,000 door. If you're by a retail.
Crap! I'm telling you right now, anyone, and here's what's great: anyone going through a project, do it. And here's what I like. Even if you don't like the bid on one, there are identical ones right next to it, because he has so many of the same, which means you can start your own bid out lower. So that really, Courtney, that really can get complicated. I mean, you got some people, they see a bid for 110, and right next to it, there's one that hasn't bid yet. They can start all over on that one. So it's
absolutely.
I mean, that's puzzled me a bit why you did that. But hey, it's more chances for people to make great deals. And they even have security safes by Honeywell. You have a depository safe with digital lock. You have outdoor furniture I'm looking at. And then, of course, these watches. You have light fixtures. Man, it's impossible to relate to you everything on here, but I'm at the end now.
There's so much stuff. I really recommend going to the site and scrolling through it and seeing all the treasures that are there. Even if you're not in the market for building materials, there are all sorts of great gift items. If you have birthdays coming up, all sorts of things.
Rollerauction.com. Look for buy and build. And then buy and build, of course, if you ever want to contact them directly, they're at 560 South Lipan, and they're open for kitchens and baths, buyandbuild.net. Thank you, Courtney. We'll check back with you tomorrow when this stuff starts closing. It's going to really get exciting because you're going to see things now. Courtney's not going to be happy about it, but you're going to see some probably hardwood floors going for pennies on the dollar. You're going to see big thousands of dollars worth of entry doors going for $100 to $500. Every year this happens. Every time he has an auction, people get incredible deals. Belinda, let me start with your problem right now, and I'll take a quick break. What is going on with you, Belinda?
So, Tom, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Because I was listening to you about 2 weeks ago, and there was a gentleman had somebody pull up, and they said they had 4 truckloads of asphalt.
Yep.
And yep. And so we had the same thing happen to us today in Colorado Springs.
Is it the same
and
couple
total
of losers?
asphalt
By the
paving?
way, you didn't fall for it, did you?
No. That's what I'm calling you. My husband was out there talking to him, and I'm like, no. And so I looked at the website, and on his business card, it says, make checks payable to 2 people, not the company. And there's no physical address.
Is it called C&J?
No, total asphalt paving.
Oh, okay.
And when you go into their website, it pulls up, actually in California, I believe.
Oh, God.
Now, listen, here's what I want to tell you about it. These guys, might just be hardworking guys trying to make a living, but there's no way they can prep and put down this asphalt properly. We have so many people that have purchased this door-to-door asphalt, and it fails miserably. The oil content is low. The quality is low. And when you go for longevity, it starts picking up and peeling, and it turns into gravel. So the oil content's very low. There is no way that these people can ever do the prep they need properly as well. You need to scrape that ground and prep it and tamp it, and they do none of that. So I'm glad that your husband didn't fall for it. What were they offering?
About 4,100, or was it 7,100?
Wait.
7,100 for
7,100 for how many square feet?
650.
And what did they say they were going to do? They were going to put it all down right then?
They said that they would come out, level my driveway, which it's been gravel for years, so the gravel's, sinking into the ground.
Right.
And about every 2 years, 2 or 3 years, I got to bring in a truckload of gravel and throw it down and spread it with the skidster.
Sure.
Which I've been doing for years.
And how did they say they would prep it for weed control and all of that?
They said they would scrape it down, level everything, straight edges on the asphalt, go around any of the concrete. I got an apron around my garage. And leave the manhole open because I have a manhole.
Were they literally driving? Was this hot blacktop right in their truck right at that time?
No.
Oh,
it's not. It's milling. It's asphalt milling, and then they go over it with a sealer.
So okay, they were going to put down they put down the loose gravel, basically this the asphalt trailings, and then they come over with like a tar mixture, and then they roll it.
Yeah, well, they put the asphalt down, they roll it, they pack it and roll it out so it's level.
Right.
So I wouldn't have any potholes or anything like that.
Yeah, and you would have potholes. You'd have failure within 30 days. I'm glad you didn't do it. Right. No, seriously. These scams, they come out of the woodwork. Most likely they're travelers. They go city by city according to the weather. But no matter what, you did a smart thing not using them. Don't ever, 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 ever do a job based on a door-to-door sale. I would say if you looked at a universe of people, most people who get ripped off, they get ripped off from people who have approached them as opposed to the other way around. We have more coming up. So I'm not saying everyone going door to door is ripping people off, but what I'm saying is if you took a survey of people ripped off, most of those people were approached at their door for home products. More coming right up.
All right.
Criminal defense, DUI, or other charges. Free initial
You mind coming out of you?
pricing. Joseph A. Lazzara, 303-429-6200. LazzaraLegal.com, Lazzara. Joe Lazzara, 303-429-6200. Another attorney that I want to advise you of is John Fuller, a personal injury attorney. Let me tell you what I love about John Fuller. He talks to you up front, free of charge, with no obligation when you call about your personal injury. So if you're in an accident and you need an attorney, you can talk to John before you hire him, or even if you never hire him. John Fuller, when you call, say, I want to talk to John, and ask all of your questions, get free legal advice. If you like the way it looks and feels, you want to hire him, no out-of-pocket cash. It's on a percentage fee basis, 303-597-4500. Call and get your free legal advice now, 303-597-4500. Hey, I love my whole house fan. My whole house fan keeps things cool and helps destratify the air in my home, which means it takes away the layers of hot, cold, and super hot. What it does is expels the most hot air from the top levels and brings up cooler air from the lower levels. That alone takes a lot of pressure off your AC. So it can work in conjunction with your air conditioning, and it can also, of course, take the place of your air conditioner if you use it judiciously morning and evenings. Find out more. Give them a call. QC, that's Quiet Cool, QCcolorado.com, 303-800-3419. It saved me a bundle of money in AC bills, 303-800-3419. And speaking of saving money, make sure that AC is up to snuff. Make sure that AC is running efficiently. Make sure it's not dying, because dirt and debris will kill your AC. If you've never had this done, you need to call Fix It 24/7. You need to have them come out and do the extreme clean, tune, and check to make sure that your AC is running in top-notch condition. Add life to it, save money with a more efficient system. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Just $39. Don't do it when it's super hot. You'll have to wait a month or so. Call now. Then before the heat comes. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
Thank you.
Ooh, just in time for the 12:30 break.
Maybe, yeah. In fact,
thanks.
Maybe I should do that. Maybe you come out and I'll go and meet him, because he'll be any minute now. So that's what I'll do.
Are you shooting back or no?
Yeah, I'll be back, but I'll step away right now, and I'm going to put this on.
Keep Dimitri up.
No, Dimitri is. His mic is on.
All right.
Where's he gone?
He has a man coming over to check out his plumbing.
His duct work.
Yeah.
You bet. Good luck.
A guy's coming over to check out Tom's piping.
Taylor, what are you doing? Toying with this freaking guy from France.
Is it tennis or golf?
Tennis. I watched so much golf over the weekend. I basically got golfed out.
I was watching some of it, and it got rained out, man.
There was some crazy weather out at Oakmont.
Yeah, it was nuts. They showed one hole. It was like just flooded.
Did you see that long putt for the win?
No, I didn't. How far was it?
65.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Holy shit. I just recently in the last year got into watching golf. I don't even know why I like watching it. It's fucking boring, but somehow I love it.
It can be restful.
It is very nice if you just have it on, and it's like baseball. You just have it on in the background, but you don't really actually watch it.
When the first wife and I used to go to Vegas, we'd drive out there because she didn't want to fly. And after a 12-hour drive, I was beat, you know.
That's a
and
long
I get to the
one.
room, turn on golf, and so it's such a great way to meditate.
Golf clap.
But the thing that did start to irritate me. Let's return to the action on 18th. There's no action!
The action.
This isn't freaking action!
It's so true.
Break the TV, show you action.
Well, in baseball, it's so funny because it's so slow that they have to, like, fill with stupid commentary.
Well, yeah.
Like, I heard one baseball game one time where one guy was, like, talking about the other announcer, the color guy or whatever, and he was, like, so mad at him for eating ribs wrong the night before. That he ate it with a knife and fork instead of picking them up and eating them. And
10 minutes of action turned into a 3-hour broadcast. I know that.
Yeah.
And they can't have, like, you know, a midget on a scooter with a T-shirt cannon coming out between pitches.
Sure.
This is going to be very curious how this Iran-Israel conflict ends. I'm starting to think it's going to... I'm starting to think we haven't seen nothing yet.
Me too.
Be turning a large part of their country into glass.
Yeah.
Here we go.
The supreme leader might have taken his last breath. All right, 303-713-8255. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. This is the show for you. Really, you got a bad contractor out there, 303 Martino. You got a bad landlord, 303 Martino. You get the idea. I've got deputies standing by to start digging in. We got any updates, Scott? You got anything over there, man?
No, I'm just working a couple cases from last week.
Like what? What are you working on?
One of them was this
Mike
garage door company.
Yep. What about it, though?
And I called the garage door company. The guy just wanted an estimate for...
A spring?
No, a repair. On the panel.
Yeah, okay.
The car backed into it. And I called the garage door company, and it's like, no, this person's not here. This person...
So you're not getting anywhere.
No.
You know, that's kind of the deal these days, is you simply don't... Well, you don't cop to anything. Why talk to someone? Just keep putting them off and putting them off and putting them off. An example would be, what was that, Dimitri, what was that engine company last week that ended up on Sleaze Brigade? What was the name of it?
Oh, Go Cat Speed Shop?
Yeah, Go Cats, like them. The guy literally didn't do anything for 7 years. The guy gave him $7,500 for an engine. 7 years goes by, and he's still making excuses up.
Oh,
I mean, companies nowadays are crazy.
Yeah, the economy is awful. Ford guys are dying out, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, my God. He's like, I'm sick. My mother's sick. If you went through the text, you'd be blown away by all the problems in the guy's life. But, of course, you know. There's nothing going on over there. Literally, I don't think there's anything upstairs on that guy. And speaking of Sleaze Brigade, people should check it out if you're new to the show. You know, we help people out all the time going after companies. There's some companies, though, that end up on Sleaze Brigade. These are the worst of the worst. These are guys like the one we were just talking about. Takes $7,500 7 years ago and has given nothing but excuses, one after another. Now, maybe the guy did pay for excuses. So in other words, $1 an excuse. We're almost eating up to $7,500. Who's the worst you guys can think of, Scott, that we've dealt with recently? Like in the last year, who's the worst you've dealt with?
Well, I was just looking at my notes because I was working on that case with GoCat's Speed Shop a year ago.
Yeah, I know. That was a different one, wasn't it?
Yeah,
well,
it was
same shop, different customer.
Was it Eric?
No, the guy we're dealing with as of last
week. No, it's
is
definitely
Eric.
the same shop, different customer.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Eric is the owner. Yeah, it's the same owner,
Eric's
but
the
different
owner.
customer.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
And that guy apparently, and then didn't you find some judgments? The guy's actually been to court and lost.
Yeah, somebody sued him in Arapahoe County last year, and I haven't been able to see how that case turned out. And then a few years ago, somebody from California, a guy by the name of Piazza, domesticated a Piazza.
He must be Canadian, right? Yeah.
He domesticated a $37,000 judgment here in Jeffco against GoCat. So yeah, I mean, I just don't think Harold is going to get anywhere with this guy. I don't think he has any money left.
They're not good guys. How about you, Dimitri? Besides this guy, what's the worst one you can think of? Tony, I'll come to you in a second.
You know, that's an easy one. There's an especially tragic case that it's actually Bo's case I've been helping him out with since I joined you guys last year. And that's Justin Garcia's Patriot Remodeling out of Colorado Springs. He is alleged...
That was like 50 grand or 30, something big.
Yeah, he's alleged to have taken the last of this old lady's money, $62,000, to put together a cabin kit that she, foolishly bought. Didn't lift a finger, didn't do anything. Neil Hollington from Hollington Law took that case on behalf of Carol. This is the elderly lady, and it's still kind of winding its way through the process. But
well, I hope he's got some money. I hope he's got a pot to piss in so she can at least take it or do something.
I hope so too, Mark.
I don't know why it's worse when it's old people. Well, you know what it is. In fact, there's even criminal laws built around that. But it's so disheartening hearing when someone that age, anybody over even 60 or over 70, I mean, the older the worse, but how about the guy that went in and pumped, $25,000 into the ATM machine and got ripped off at the liquor store?
Oh, $32,000. Yeah.
32. The story was so crazy, it was hard to believe. Didn't you go over there?
No, that was
I went
Deputy
to the liquor
Dollar.
store.
Yeah, Dollar actually went over there. There's some law changes to where the owner of these Bitcoin ATMs can be held responsible starting at the beginning of the year, which I think will tighten up a lot of that stuff. But I think it's crazy they even have a machine in a liquor store that you can walk up to and put $25,000 at one time in cash. I think it's bonkers.
Yeah, there's no legitimate reason for that. These Bitcoin ATMs seem to be designed and maintained to support a vast network of international scammers.
I agree 100%. Listen, we got an issue on IKEA coming up in just a second, but somebody, I'm not going to say his name, went very, very, very long on the last break. I'll make this one quick.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
On the northwest end of town through Westminster, Highway 36 westbound after Federal Boulevard, a crash remains in the right lane. We're seeing pretty heavy traffic back from Pecos, adding about 6 or 7 minutes to your commute. Fairly standard drive throughout town. Otherwise, if we're heading south of town through Larkspur, I-25 southbound at Greenland Road, exit 167. Crash blocks 2 left lanes with stopped up driving back from Spruce Mountain Road, about 10 minutes of delays there. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
What if I can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, I can't, but I can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at my company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today.
I'm going to tell you about 2 companies I love, and beyond that, 2 companies I use and will use in the future. One, The Art of Granite. Mitch Floria, you realize he came to this country like 30 years ago. He came the right way. He's a citizen now. He's married. They have kids. This guy can fabricate any countertop you want. He can fabricate and install the most beautiful countertops you can imagine. Quartz, granite, anything you can think of. He can use your existing cabinets. He can sell you new cabinets. He can transform that 30, 40-year-old kitchen into something brand new and upgrade your house. He can do the bathroom. In fact, right now, if you get the kitchen done, beautiful new granite, you get the bathroom for free. His pricing is unbelievable. In fact, it's so great, you can actually go to theartofgranite.com. Get the phone number, call up Mitch, text him a few pictures, tell him what you're looking for. He'll give you a quote over the phone. He doesn't upsell or upcharge on the actual granite. He charges for the installation and the fabrication. We have used him on 3 bathrooms, a laundry room, and part of our kitchen. We love Mitch. I'm telling you, if you want new countertops, you call Mitch. Theartofgranite.com, theartofgranite.com. Another company I have used multiple times, Excel Roofing. If hail hits your house, do not call your insurance company. Call Excel. They're one of the largest roofers in the state. They've been around forever. They're going to be here forever. These guys, here's what I really love about them. You don't pay a cent till you're content. They do their own repairs, their installation. They're clean. These guys do a great job. They make sure that insurance company is paying for everything, including code upgrades, whatever's there in your policy. They're great roofers. And they're here. So in other words, when hail season's gone, like a lot of these door knockers, those guys split down. They're off to Oklahoma or Texas or Florida. No, not Excel. They're based here. You ever have a problem, they're here to fix it. They're here to stand by the warranty. In fact, I'll tell you this, if you sign a contract with them and change your mind, they'll let you out of the contract as long as the roof hasn't started. You got to check them out. They're the best. XLRoofing.com. That's XLRoofing.com. I've got this old guy that sends me, shit that he finds like on Instagram and stuff. Now, the guy's into his 80s easy, and he's a horn dog. At one point, he had 2 women living with him. One was in her 20s and one was in the 30s, and this is like within the last 5 years. Big time horn dog, very successful guy, definitely successful. Sold his company, retired, did everything the right way. Really hard worker, too. But he sends me stuff, and the only way I can explain it is it's stuff like I would imagine Doc sending me, okay? It's kind of the same generation, and it's things that they think are funny. Some of them might be funny, but some of them, like, when it's a reference to the Honeymooners, I don't quite get it. I can Google it and figure it out if I want to go that far, but what Ralph Cramden did on a bus on episode 8, not so sure I give a shit. So there's this time between him and I that is in excess of 30 years. So when he sends me stuff, I feel like I stepped into a time machine. It's pretty unique in a way. And that's why I still accept him when he sends them. And he gets blown away by things. The story of Adam and Eve. And a lot of stuff about women in general. I think guys in their 80s, in all trueness, were chauvinistic, but they didn't know better. Does that make sense? Dimitri, does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Totally.
Does what
Is your mic on?
Old guys like in their 80s plus, chauvinistic. I mean, just in general. But I think it's like not even like on purpose. It's just the age they grew up in. Almost like people 150 years ago probably looked at slavery as pretty damn normal. You know what I'm saying?
Are we on the 12:30 break?
Yes.
Okay. You know what, Mark? They went to iHeart. They were at iHeart waiting for me, and I said, "Does it occur to you that that's not a place where I would live?" And they said, "Well, it did seem a little strange."
Well, you haven't been here for 8 years.
Yeah, I know, but they thought I lived there.
I live here, not you.
Jesus Christ. I should have them check the van.
You know, the only fallacy in what you're saying, Tom, I understand what you're saying, and I agree. It's kind of odd an HVAC company would show up here. But let's not forget, you're the same guy that has ordered food, complained it hasn't showed up, and it's gone to your other address.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's happened.
One time to a
So is it possible the technician had the iHeart?
It went to my healthcare clinic one time. I know. It's
and then you call up, where the hell's my food?
It's got to be cool getting older.
Sir, it was delivered 45 minutes ago.
Every one of you. Every one of you. Yeah.
Well, at some point, it's got to be like being a little drunk.
What?
Hey, by the way,
older,
because...
It's got to be... Because just a loss of perception.
You took the 15 at 30. I took the 30 at 35. Yeah. Now it's time for the 45.
But oh no.
So long as you guys are done by 2, I don't care.
Well, the way we're going, we'll just why don't you just let him talk for the next 30 minutes? Then we can just all leave early and you run commercials.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. So what's going on with Tony? Did we take him at all? Tony.
Yeah, I'm here.
What's happening, sir?
So last year I bought a 2020 Kia Telluride, and the car law was adamant, you got to get this extended warranty. You don't want to be without it, this and that. So they got me a warranty through this Fidelity warranty company.
Yeah.
So didn't have any problems, but last week I have a problem with it. So they're saying it needs a new tranny put in it. So the guy comes out, they send out a rep from the warranty company, and he looks at it, and I had a lift sticker in the window. So he said they voided it because I was using it for commercial use.
Oh, that's big time, man. If you did, I don't care if it's 1 time or 10 times. All these aftermarket warranties, if you use them for any form of commercial use, which is Lyft and Uber and any kind of ride share, man, or Toro or any of them, you're out. You're out. You're out.
Holy crap.
And they didn't explain that to me. I had those stickers.
It's in your contract.
window.
I guarantee it. Ask them to point out where it is.
It doesn't say...
Tony,
it didn't say anything about doing Uber or Lyft.
Tony, I would bet you $100 right now against $10. If you send me over that agreement, I'll point out exactly. It might not say Uber or Lyft, but it says commercial purposes.
I've seen the part where it's, it don't say rideshare. It says for commercial use or deliveries, which I didn't use it for.
Yes, you are. Well, first of all, you're delivering people. I feel bad for you, man. I know what you're saying. No one reads these contracts, and they try to get... Let me tell you, there's 8 million loopholes. This isn't going to make you feel better, but if they didn't get you on that one, they could have very well got you on another, huh, Tom?
That's right. I mean...
Yeah, but and I understand that part, but the bad part of it is, so they're saying they're not going to do anything for my car, it's voided and everything, but they get to keep the money?
Yes.
Well, hold on. I don't know. No. That
said.
wouldn't be fair if they kept the money for that warranty. Of course not.
That's what they're saying, that they're not going to give me a refund. That's what I'm saying. I don't care. They can void the warranty, but that thing cost me almost, I think it was like $3,200 for the extra to get that warranty put on the car. And now they're saying, I figured since they were the ones
Wait.
saying,
How much did that warranty cost you?
It was a little over $3,200.
Wait, and they say even though and they say even though they don't cover it, you still have to pay that $3,200.
Well, it's in the finance. It was paid for when I financed the car.
How long ago was that?
Like I said, maybe a year ago, a little over a year and a month.
Well,
I've never used it before.
They can't keep that money if it doesn't cover you. I mean, why would they keep the money if you're not going to be covered?
Well, that's what the guy's telling me is they don't do refunds, that I'm not going to get my money back.
And who told you that?
That's what I thought was the shady part, because the finance company, not the finance company, Fidelity, the company that was supposed to do the warranty. I talked to the guy, I tried to explain to him, and he didn't want to hear nothing, didn't want to be helpful, just said, talk to your finance, or
you should be able. Listen, man. You should be able to get a prorated. I mean, you're going to have to pay up until now. But how long was the warranty for? Where are you at on the proration?
Yeah, hold on, and we'll come right back. Tony, hold on. Hold on. We're gonna look this up and see how far into the warranty and what they do. What's the name of the warranty?
Warranty company.
What's the name again? You were cut out. What is it?
It's Fidelity Warranty Company.
Okay, hold on. We'll be right back with that and more coming up.
Sorry, it took me a minute to undo him. That's all right.
Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blind.
Like I say, perception kind of fades as you...
West end of town, Highway 30. A recent crash at Federal Boulevard has just cleared up. Still seeing some slow traffic back from Pecos. About 5 minutes of delays for our Westminster drivers. I-25 north and southbound. Nothing too hairy out there for drivers through the Denver Metro. Some normal slowdowns through downtown. Some heavy stop and go 6th Avenue eastbound to I-25. Seeing stopped up traffic between Federal Boulevard and the interchange. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. We sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
Do you have gutters you need cleaned? XL Roofing will clean your gutters. Do you have roof repairs that need to be done, maybe before replacing? XL Roofing does roof repairs and patches. XL Roofing does entire roofs, and they can work with your insurance company. Excel as in excellent, where you don't pay a cent until you're content. Consumers can never get hurt with Excel. Why? Because you don't pay a dime, not a cent, until you're content. And then they put a project manager on your project from beginning to end. You'll have one point of contact, one great company, and you only pay when 100% done and satisfied. EXCEL, excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400, 761-6400. If you want a price for countertops, you can call the Art of Granite right now. You know, Mitch Floria and his team are happy to give you a price. Tear out and haul away is always free. Wholesale on all countertop materials, whether it be natural stone or man-made materials, and prices on the phone right now. Just call, tell them what you have in mind, get a price. 303-386-5919, 386-5919.
Thank you.
I can't believe they would keep that warranty, though. That doesn't sound right.
I do have some relevant information to this call.
Good. Because that just sounds totally wrong.
I have something very relevant.
He said relevant. Is it out of warranty? What's the relevancy? Give us a hint.
It's supposed to be a surprise, right?
Yeah.
Well, no. For him, it's going to be a surprise.
So that car comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, which covers transmission.
Well, what kind of car is it?
2020 Kia Telluride.
There's a problem. There is a falsehood or a fallacy or a problem with your thought process there, Dimitri.
What is that?
He probably bought it second owner.
Yeah, but isn't that transfer? I mean, doesn't that warranty stick to the car? What?
Nope.
Okay. So is this trans? Yes.
So wait a minute,
because he bought the car 13 months ago.
It's hard being on top of the.
So if you buy it used from the original owner, you get the warranty.
If you buy it used from the original owner, you get a 5-year, 60,000-mile bumper to bumper, and that's it.
He might still be within it.
You don't get a 100,000-mile powertrain.
We need the.
And what if you buy it then from the second owner? You don't get anything.
If you buy it,
subsequent owners get 5 years and 60,000 miles.
All subsequent owners.
It's plural.
You could have 20 owners. They all get 5 years, 60,000. The 100,000-mile powertrain is for the original owner only.
Okay, but Mark, I want to ask you something.
There's a big unless.
Yeah.
You want the unless?
Yeah.
Unless you buy it as a certified used vehicle from Hyundai or Kia. If they certify it and it was sold certified from a Hyundai or Kia dealer, then you do get the 100.
Okay, what about this, Mark? What if I buy it from a second owner and I get a 5-year, 60,000-mile warranty? If I sell it 3 years later, that guy doesn't get 5 years.
No, he gets the original in-service date with a 5-year, 60,000-mile warranty.
Okay, so if I ate into that 5-year, 60,000, he'll get the balance of it.
Yeah, in whichever comes first, of course.
Got it.
I'll tell you what, guys, this Saturday I'll be holding a warranty class in Franktown.
For Hyundai.
For Hyundai in IKEA.
You know, do you think when he was getting this warranty, did he know he was doing rideshare or what? I don't know.
Probably. And the fact he was doing rideshare, I bet he's over 100,000. Or what did he say his mileage was?
He didn't.
I bet he's over. I mean, rideshare is like, I mean, forget about it, man. If you Uber full time, you can do 100,000 a year without blinking.
Oh my God.
Wow. This guy's screwed.
But he should get a proration. That's the part I don't get. Unless if they're saying he already ate it all up in mileage. Like if it was a 3-year, 36,000-mile extended warranty, he might have already ate up the 36,000.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because you say they won't cover it if he's a rideshare.
They won't, but who's to say when he started ride sharing?
Oh.
I think we're going to take Iran out, guys. I'm telling you right now, I think we haven't seen anything yet.
What's going on right now with it? What's the latest?
Well, Trump came back from the G7.
Told everybody to get out of Tehran.
Yeah, and he basically said, we know exactly where the Dalai Lama is, or whatever the guy's name is.
Ayatollah.
The Ayatollah.
Yeah, whatever.
We know.
Same
Let's
thing.
not take out the Dalai Lama.
Same thing. Whoops,
Well,
I'm sorry I took out the Dalai Lama.
He'll be back.
He'll be back.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Wait a second, Tony. We don't think there's a hope for you. We don't. We're looking into it, and we're looking at a copy of that. I want to go to Jay, though, before the end of the hour. Then we'll come back to Tony as well. Jay, what is your question?
Hey, Tom, I got an interesting situation here. Holding up getting an inheritance is this issue. 10% was given to a church. Nobody knows what that is. There's no number. My grandfather purchased all kinds of mineral rights. My mother thought she sold them all in the 80s. Tons of them have popped up. Leases have been sold. Things are going on. Payments are still coming in. No one has a clue what they are, where they are, or how to find them.
It sounds like oil rights, Tom. I don't even know how you begin to track that stuff.
It's usually tracked by the guy's name. Now, who was this to you, Jay? Was this your dad?
It was my mom, and it was her dad that bought them all way back when.
Okay, so your mom and her dad bought mineral rights.
Yeah, my grandfather started an oil company for my grandmother because she wanted one. My mother inherited it.
Okay,
she
got it.
Dissolved it way
I got
back
it.
when, but things pop up.
What royalties are yielded by these mineral rights? How much?
We have no idea at this point because my sister's close-lipped, but supposedly it's all going into an account somewhere while she attempts to figure out where they're all at, what they are, what the contracts are, what the values are, and she's gone nowhere in a year and a half. She has absolutely no idea.
Do you know, Jay, if it was a whole bunch of money that is being made on these rights or just a little money? Do you have any idea at all?
At times, my mom would get, say, a check for $80,000. She'd get one for $500. She'd get another one for $2.80. I mean, it was everywhere over the board, just all over.
Okay. I have an idea of where you can start. Hold on, and we'll talk about that. Mineral rights are very complicated. They're very complicated. We'll talk about how to track them down and then how to dole them out. Plus, we're going to go back to Tony and figure out what do you do with a warranty that they say they can't cover anymore because of rideshare. 303-713-8255.
Thank you.
Man. Okay, I didn't finish yet. How many do I want to do?
Tacos?
Is that what you got?
No.
What'd you get to eat today? Seriously.
I didn't get anything yet.
God, you got to get food, brother.
You're withering away to nothing.
Is the stomach starting to handle shit again, though?
Yes, a little, but this week I don't know why I'm getting such a damn... never mind. I'm just getting fucked.
Get back on that not THC, the other one. The fuck is it? CBD.
Yeah, man. Eat on the good stuff. I read.
How about a good milkshake? I bet a milkshake tastes good, huh?
Ooh, that sounds good.
Like a double, triple chocolate.
Is it going to be rainy and crap like this all week?
No,
I don't
just
think
today.
all week.
It's gonna be like living on Mercury on Saturday. It's gonna be 110. It'll be over 100 on Saturday.
Yeah, that sounds horrible.
Yep.
I got my first mow of the season done, dude. It was horrible. I love complaining, and I will complain about the first mow.
I have DoorDash going to Freddy's.
Oh, and I bet they deliver to Franktown, where you lived 15 years ago.
Exactly.
What'd you get at Freddy's, man? They got I haven't had one for years, but I do like their hamburgers. They got a good hamburger.
We did something different. Tube steaks.
Oh, I don't think I've ever had that.
Hot dogs.
Chopper likes their custard.
And then they got those...
yeah, we didn't get any of the junk stuff.
Did you get French fries?
Nope. Nothing.
Didn't junk stuff. The damn hot dogs are junk.
Hey, I'll do the thinking around here.
The only thing worse than that hot dog, and trust me, I love hot dogs, is the ones at those Coney Islands.
Oh, you like roller food.
Roller food's way better than the Sonic Coney Islands.
Angry.
I like them. They're fucking, I don't even know what's in them. Beaks and claws.
Lips.
Hey, I like lips.
What's
The
wrong with
lips
beef
are
lips?
okay.
What's wrong with them?
It's the claws I don't like.
Chicken. There are no chicken lips.
That's what they put in hot dogs.
No such
Fuck yeah, they do. Cow lips, chicken lips, squirrel lips.
No, not squirrel lips.
I love a good squirrel.
So anyway, I was telling you before the break came that my uncles used to kill pigeons and eat them.
A lot of people did in New York.
Pigeons, real pigeons.
Yeah,
which
in
are
New York, right?
basically Flying
Or you
rats.
mean Italy?
And then no, in New York, and then squirrel and rabbit.
Hell yeah, man. Back in the 20s.
So the trifecta was pigeon, squirrel, and rabbit in a sauce.
That's what they called Thanksgiving.
Oh, God. What was the weirdest animal they ate? Hold on.
Possum.
No, I don't know if they ever...
I tried snake.
I had Nutra.
You had people who ate possum?
Oh, I know people who eat possum.
In Texas and Oklahoma, people eat armadillo.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Really?
Yeah.
One time in New Orleans, my mom served me Nutra.
Oh, that's a rat.
What's Nutra?
It is a river rat.
It's a rat.
It's just
Oh
like a
my
muskrat.
gosh.
In fact, people make fur coats and hats out of those.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's a rat hat.
She's like, I hope you're enjoying your ribs, and she pulls this claw
Can you believe, though,
out
that
from
the
a
guy
bag.
pulls up to 4695 and says, I'm out front of your house? And
If he does, I'm grabbing your wiener or whatever you ordered.
No, he's talking about the HVAC guy.
Oh.
And I said, did it occur to you that maybe I didn't live in that building?
You know, I
He
got a nice
probably
place.
didn't look it up till he got here. And
We
this
got a nice
building
place.
does have an AC.
Yeah. Let's fix iHeart's AC for me.
That's actually a pretty good
Hey,
hack.
what-
if you
what
can
I
hack
really-
somebody's DoorDash.
What I'm trying
and
to
have
come
it go
to
your
grips with
address every
is
time.
how all these missed deliveries and wrong addresses seem to be everybody else's fault, but there's one thing in common with all of them.
Oh, now how could I be at fault for calling Plumline and asking a tech to come and look at my AC? And they said, okay. Now, why would I even dream of them going to iHeart? Why would I even dream
So they
that?
didn't ask for your address and you didn't accidentally say here?
No, Bob Logan said, I'll take care of it. And then the person called me.
Let's get Logan on the phone. Kelly.
No, I don't want to harass him.
He wanted our technician to go to the boat launch at Chatfield.
I could spend a whole 15-minute section on Bob Logan now.
Uh-oh. Just because of the suit?
I love his suits. He is Dapper Dan, if you ask me.
No kidding. He may be wearing a three-piece, but Mark likes wearing a onesie.
Guess who's probably getting off again? Karen Reed.
Who's that?
She's the one that,
ran over her husband, boyfriend?
Allegedly. And it looks like the jury just came in 5 minutes ago and asked about a hung jury.
Probably anything over 8.
I'll tell you what, the problem is the cops lied. So many people lied. I mean, they look so guilty. It does look like a conspiracy, although I think she ran into him and killed him. It's my opinion.
Wish she was at a No Kings.
I wonder if they'll bring a third trial. Do you think so? They can bring them forever.
So
that's the problem with hung juries.
What is this case talk?
So she was dating a cop, and they were at a party, and basically they got into a big fight. People heard him yelling and shit. And then the next day, it was very cold out that night, snow, everything. And the next day, he was found frozen to death in the front yard of a house. And the cops, the DA is alleging she backed into him and killed him and took off without checking on him. Not like intentionally killing him, but manslaughter, because she ran into him and knocked him out and he froze to death. And her defense is saying, bullshit, none of that happened. And they were both drunk as skunks. They made Kelly look sober.
Damn.
That's doing something, man.
Wasn't that a good one, Kelly? Come on, join in.
I don't know if she's listening.
Oh.
She gave up a while ago.
Got it. Hey, Tim, I know it's a strain, but it doesn't matter, man. They got to get the nukes out of there. This thing's got to be ended, bro. I know. Trust me, I agree with you.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as
Mark,
we
take
can.
this.
Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
All right, I'm Tom Martino. Mark, take it away.
All right, 303-713-8255. I know.
All right.
Here's what happened there. I'm going to let everybody know. His food showed up at the door, so I'm just going to say what it is. Sonic or Freddy showed up, so that was that. Welcome to the show, by the way, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. We're working on a few things in the background right now, but please, one line open, 303-MARTINO, 303-MARTINO. Hey, Tony, I want to finish up with you real quick on this extended warranty. I get everything you're saying. You should be getting a prorated warranty. For people just joining us, he bought a vehicle, a 2020 Kia Telluride, and basically bought an extended warranty for $3,200, had a problem with the transmission. Warranty company came out and said, nope, you're not covered because you're a Lyft driver. It's a commercial use, which is very true. Now, why are they saying they won't prorate it? Did you already use up the entire amount of time or mileage in the warranty, Tony?
No, so the guy at the warranty place said, well, call the finance company, or not the finance company, but my dealership. So I talked to him yesterday.
What dealership?
So it's a 10-year, 100. It was Grand Kia up off of 104th Avenue.
And that's who sold it to you, right?
That's who sold me the car and the warranty.
So here's how it should work. They cancel the warranty. They prorate it, however that proration looks. Then it's going to be credited to your credit union or your bank, whoever the lender is. You're not going to see it in your pocket, but it should take it off the loan if it was built into the loan, and I assume it was.
Yes.
So did you go through that paperwork with the dealer?
But that's what I did. Yeah, and I called him yesterday.
And what did the dealer say?
And he's the one who told me that they wouldn't give me a refund.
Well,
I'm telling you, give the
I'm telling you, under the circumstance you're in, these things are prorated. I can't think of any that are not prorated. How many miles have you put on the vehicle since you purchased it?
About 40,000.
And how many miles is the extended warranty good for?
150,000 or 10 years.
Or 10 years. They owe you something, man. Hey, Deputy D, do you mind calling over and figuring this out with the Kia dealership? You understand how this stuff works, right?
Yeah, I think we have two goals, if I understand you correctly, to see if we can get the caller a prorated refund on that warranty, but also see if his vehicle is covered by the original manufacturer's warranty, right?
Well, how many miles are on it right now, Tony, total? Roughly.
I think I'm like 137.
Yeah, none of it's going to matter then.
Yeah, that's over.
But wait. And if your extended warranty... Wait, Tony. That was a great question, D, but I mean, for multiple reasons. But, Tony, your proration is going to be very little. If it only brings you to 150,000 miles...
No, it was supposed to be so when I bought the car, it had 78,000.
Yeah.
So that's what my 150 is based off of.
I don't know about that. We've got it. Here's listen, I'm changing this whole thing up, D. Mm-hmm. We need a copy of his policy to actually figure out what it says. I mean, we got to know where it is. I don't think that warranty was going to cover him to 230,000 miles or whatever the math is. Tony, can you take a picture or grab the PDF, send it to help@troubleshooter.com. Kelly, pick up, give them the information. But, D, that's where we got to go. We got to see what this guy actually bought. And when you do get the policy or the warranty, you're going to see how the proration works, and we can figure that out as well. Sound good?
You got it.
Hey, Jake, what's going on with State Farm? Jake. Hi. Hey, Jake, what's up? My God, am I crazy? Am I not hearing, Jake, or what's going on here?
State Farm has scammed me.
Okay. And how did they scam you, Jake? Give me an idea here. Dive into it a little.
It usually costs like $500 a month. They charge me $1,000 a month.
Jake, how old are you?
25.
And then what were they charging you $500 a month for?
My God, am I crazy?
Yeah, he's a nut. Well, he's not a nut. He's a child. He's 25. Jake, really? Why are you calling, though? I find it curious. You realize, you hung up. You know, I listened to talk radio as a kid, too, and I called up, of all people, TalkNet. TalkNet had Bruce Williams, and TalkNet had Sally Jesse Raphael. And I called up, no kidding, I called up when I was probably Jake's age there, somewhere around 10, 12 years old. I called up, and it was a late-night live talk show. I was probably supposed to be sleeping. In fact, I would assume Jake's supposed to be in school, but that's all right. Jake, I hope the truant officers don't show up, but here's the deal. I actually called up and told them I was 14 and got my girlfriend pregnant. And she bought everything hook, line, and sinker. No kidding. And I thought it was funny. I never laughed. I just kind of hung up and kept the whole thing going for the listeners. Never thought about it until I was out. I lived in Oklahoma at the time. I was out in New York visiting my grandparents for the summer where my Uncle Johnny lived. I went over, and I loved hanging out with my Uncle Johnny when I was a kid. And I went over there, and sure enough, he asked me. He goes, "Hey, did you happen to call up Sally Jesse Raphael and say that you knocked up a girl because it sounded just like you?" And sure enough, I did. And that was that. So, Jake, have fun. I'm not going to scold the kid. Hey, did you ever do anything, Dimitri or Scott, or even Shannon? Shannon, I can see as a shenanigans person. And, Jay, the reason we do have open lines, 303-713-8255. So I do want to say this. Jay, I'm waiting for Tom to come back because he's dealt with mineral rights and oil rights and stuff that I simply have not dealt with. If we can get an expert on, that's fine. But tracking that stuff down is very hard. But hold on. When Tom gets back, we'll dive into that. Now, Dimitri, did you ever do anything like this? Are you ready? Do I have you, or are you stuffing your face with hot dogs?
No, I'm here. The hot dogs haven't arrived yet.
Okay, so, the HVAC guy showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's a question.
Okay.
Did you ever do any hijinks like this? Order pizzas to someone's house?
No.
You never ordered, like when you were a teenager, you literally never ordered a pizza to someone's house.
No, but we did place a classified for sale ad in the Rocky Mountain News about using our high school principal's address, saying used tennis courts must go, almost free. And
used tennis courts?
Yeah.
And then you put his address there?
Her address there and her phone number.
What the hell is a used tennis court? You mean tennis racket?
No, tennis courts. We're selling used tennis courts. And we used our school principal's home address and her actual real phone number.
Did you ever get busted?
No, she never figured out who it was. So with my apologies to Dr. Anderson.
I never would have thought to put that's so funny you said that. If I thought about that when I was a teenager or in middle school particularly, I would have definitely put all kinds of ads in the paper. I just never even thought about it.
Yeah, it was like...
In fact, I'd probably go to the personals and pick out a teacher that, let's just say maybe I didn't get along with, and put in a personal, like, looking for something, an older woman, or however you wanted to phrase it. That was ingenious, man.
Yeah,
I don't know about the tennis court part. That's just out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure who came up with that idea, but it was $8, really well invested.
Oh my God, it's well invested as of even now. Yeah. All right, Steve, and Jay, hold tight. We'll be right back after this.
Isn't the guy that does the commercials for State Farm, Jake? I got the M pin covered. He's in the call center.
Say it again.
The guy that does the commercials for State Farm.
Hold on. The Art of Granite. Mitch Floria, what a great guy. I got to tell you something about Mitch. He can fabricate and install a countertop anywhere in your house, your bathroom, your laundry room, your kitchen. In fact, he's done all the above at our house, and we love the outcome. It brings up the value of the home. It makes the kitchen look brand new. We actually used our existing cabinets because they're beautiful cabinets in two of the areas. Upstairs in the bathroom, what we did was actually buy new sinks and cabinets from Mitch, and they did it all. It's absolutely gorgeous. And theartofgranite.com right now, check this out. If you get the kitchen done, get new countertops in there, use the cabinets, new cabinets, whatever you want to do. You get the bathroom done for free. That's unbelievable. Mitch is so good at his craft. He came over to this country over 20, 30 years ago. He's now a U.S. citizen. He's married with kids. It's just a great story. And he is so good at fabrication and installation. Check out artofgranite.com, theartofgranite.com. Here's an attorney I hope, for goodness sakes, you never, ever need. That's Joe Lazzara. He is a criminal defense attorney. He specializes in DUIs, but on top of that, he can do anything. He can do murder cases. He has done murder cases, manslaughter, domestic violence, child abuse. Anything you get wound up in or somebody you know does, you need to call Joe. You got to have great representation. Two things. One, you're guilty. That means you need someone that can go in there and talk to the DA, the judges, and cut the best deal possible. That's Joe. The second thing, you're innocent. You need someone that can get in front of a jury of your peers and prove that you're innocent. That's Joe as well. Put this number in your phone. When you need it, you need it. You trust me, you don't want to be sitting in the slammer and having to Google attorneys near me. You want Joe's number in that phone, put it in now. Joe Lazzara. You ready for this? 303-429-6200. Put it in your phone, 303-429-6200. Beautiful, perfect, thank you.
Yeah. Kelly reminds me of something. Do you guys know anybody in your life that is maybe not great with wait staff, but you're still friends with them anyway?
Not great, I missed that.
Not great with wait staff.
With wait staff? Give me an example. What do you mean, but I'm still friends with them?
Just a little demanding, maybe condescending.
My mother.
Dismissive.
My
arrogant,
mother. Well, really what she'll do is send something back 5 times, so I just can't stand it.
Your mom?
Yeah, and it's always a martini. And if Suzanne was here, she would say it's like up, neat, shaken, has to be made with Bambire, Sapphire, 4 olives, 4 cocktail onions. It's so specific, it's retarded.
You need to know yourself well enough to know you can't leave the house now.
Yes. It's how about you? Who do you know that treats wait staff horribly? I left one anti-Trumper a tip for $25 to Trump.
From Trump, yeah.
No, not from Trump.
I'm donating your tip to Trump?
Yeah, and literally, yes.
I had a neighbor that was kind of mean to wait staff, and we went to one restaurant, maybe it was Fleming's Steakhouse, and she said the restaurant said she was blacklisted because she's complained so many times.
Okay, yeah, that's awful.
It is.
I can be at very high-end places. I can probably be a little demanding, but nothing crazy. But if I'm dropping $100 on a steak, I'll be damned if I want some lip.
Yeah, but see, like I'm doing Golden Corral. They love me at Golden Corral because I over-tip, I'm friendly.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. It's Golden Corral, and you're a repeat customer. And,
they
you wait on yourself.
Well, even if I do go somewhere nice, I'm not. There is so little. Even hair in the food. Take it out. What do you? If it got cooked in there, everything that was on it's dead. You got your own hair in your mouth. Shut up. Worst things have happened. Remember when those planes hit those buildings?
Oh, my goodness.
Just eat the goddamn pizza.
What's Excel Roofing's number? Somebody? I only do their commercial all the time, and I got to look it up. I'm looking it up.
I can sing the jingle, but I don't know.
761-64.
64.
6400.
We're on top of it.
We're on top of it.
Did he hear me?
Yeah. Did you hear you?
I did.
Okay.
But I don't know if it actually goes out because I don't know if I'm potted up.
You are potted up. We're on Vox.
Bunker Buster's coming, it looks like.
I love it, how they're doing a graphic, how the Bunker Buster works.
Well, first it blows up a bunch, then the second part blows up a bunch more. I love it.
Well, I feel bad now that we got rid of Sesame Street in Tehran because we could have showed him, One of these bombs is not like the other.
Yeah. So the first part, I love that graphic. The first part makes a ginormous hole in the earth. Then the second part makes a bigger hole in the earth.
First part tenderizes it. The second part.
How far down do you think like a bunker buster could go down into what's that place in the Springs? The top secret blah 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 blah.
Cheyenne Mountain.
Yes. You think it could penetrate that?
No.
I think they built that up a bit. Here we go.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. Steve's got a comment on that extended warranty issue. Steve, what's your comment?
Well, I'm thinking that if that was going to be voided because of the ride share, he should get it all back because you wouldn't have been able to use it at all.
Yeah, but that doesn't, I mean, that part simply doesn't matter. It's going to be prorated from the time you ask for a cancellation, and that's just going to be part of the contract. And, you know, it's not really their fault that he was doing rideshare. In the agreement, I'm sure it says no commercial vehicles. Now, in a common sense manner, I agree with you 100%. What he bought, but we got to take this into consideration. I don't know if he was doing rideshare from day one. He might have just started doing rideshare, but if he did do it from day one, you know, I do agree with you. There was no use for that warranty, but that's just simply not how the cancellation works. You follow?
Yeah, and then I was also thinking maybe he could go claim that sticker was in the car when he bought it and he never used it.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that too. People out there that have an extended warranty, if you got an Uber or Lyft, one of the neon signs or a bumper sticker or the windshield sticker, my God, remember this, please. If anything, this will help you. If you're going to make a claim, don't talk Uber, don't talk Lyft, get the stickers, the signs, and everything else out of there. I mean, really, it's nuts. That's the way to do that. Thank you for that, Steve. 303-713-8255. I am going to go to Steve Moss. Jay, keep holding on. By the way, we have two lines open, 303-MARTINO, 303-713-8255. Rock and roll beer. What is going on this weekend? And for people out there, I want to tell you why we have Steve on and promote his brewery. One, he's a local guy that just opened a kick-ass brewery. Two, he actually does our theme song. When you hear this show start every hour, that is Steve. He does the guitar, he does the lyrics. That is a theme song. He also does theme songs for all kinds of businesses, like the Tree Farm. I think that's probably his most famous in this area, but we love promoting Steve and what he does. And Suzanne and I have been out to Rock and Roll Brewery for the first time a few weeks back, or maybe it's been a month. It has been, it's unbelievable. It is the coolest, quaintest little place. You have to generally register. And what I mean by that is, unlike other breweries, he's only allowed, what is it, Steve, 25 people on Saturdays. That's what the deal is, right?
That's 25 on any given Saturday from May to or through October. And then we have one special event that we can do for 75 capacity at one time. Now that's second. And Mark, are you going to be there?
I think I am going to be there. I'm still looking at that. As of right now, I can say I'm going to be there. There's something that could happen to where I wouldn't be there, but I'd give it a good 80-90% chance Suzanne and I are going to be at that big deal, man. I love it. In fact, I think is a sign up for that up
yet? Can I tell you a little bit about it?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, well, first of all, it's called Brewfest 2025, and that's Rock and Roll Brewery, 40 years of brewing beers.
Your phone keeps teetering. Steve, your phone keeps teetering in and out, man.
Okay, let me know if it gets better. I'm moving around here.
Yeah, get somewhere better. But it's basically, he's been brewing. Okay. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
No, hold on. Kelly, just I'll go to another call. Get him relined up. It's not worth talking about if we can't hear it. Hey, Mason, what's going on with you?
Hey, so we've had an issue recently. I had an employee who was working for me as just a team member for about a year. I recommended her for a promotion, and they made me run a background check, obviously. And the background check came back, and they made me terminate her from even her non-sensitive position. So I was just curious if there was something maybe that we can do for her.
Wow, that's interesting as hell. Let me ask, what was on the background check?
So she had quite an extensive record. The biggest one that the company had an issue with was attempted robbery, which obviously makes sense.
Does she deal with cash? I mean, what does she do? You don't have to say what company, but give me an idea of her job.
Yeah, so she does handle cash. She's been handling cash for me for about a year.
Yeah.
When I originally hired her, we knew that she had a background because I hired her out of the halfway house. And, you know, she got out of the halfway house working with me and this, and it's just been a weird situation.
Yeah. So here's the deal, man. Like almost every state, we're an at-will state. They can definitely fire you for that anytime they want. Hell, they can fire you at any reason for any time. If I were you, what I would do, if you really do trust her, because here's the deal. If something did happen and you follow my instructions and you end up keeping her, and I'm not saying that would happen, but it would be a possibility. Just remember, I don't know where you are with this company, or if you're in love with it, you want to be there forever. But if something ever did happen and you're putting your neck out there, just watch it. I mean, I don't know this person from Adam, but you might want to reach out to HR and talk to HR about it. Say, look, I've been her supervisor, her manager, whatever that looks like, for over a year. We watch her left and right. She's doing great. There's never been any issues. She's turned her life around, and you kind of seek out the compassion in whoever you need to in HR. And that would be one way to handle it. But you better watch it, man. Is this a real big company, or are you dealing with a huge company?
I mean, it's somewhere in the middle. We did already reach out to HR and kind of fight that battle already, and HR was the one who provided the directive for me to terminate her from the system.
Do you guys have, for example, district managers?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I would reach out to the district manager, and a lot of organizations that are, say, big retail, big restaurants, stuff like that. The district manager most likely has the ability to overturn HR if they want to. The problem with that kind of policy, and let me tell you, I think it's a very good policy, to be honest, but the reason most of them don't want to is exactly what I told you. They're putting their neck on the line. So you might talk to your DM.
Okay. One last thing, and then I'll let you go.
Yeah,
I just want to know, because we don't have any written policy stating that they have to be terminated in the instance of that, but HR directed that. Would we have some kind of case for a wrongful termination or something like that?
No. A wrongful termination, especially in the state of Colorado, would be firing somebody because they're a woman, or firing someone because they're black, or firing someone because they're Jewish. I mean, those are things that you simply can't do, but you can pretty much fire, with the exception of protections, you can pretty much fire anybody for anything. Now, I understand the size of the company. I mean, I'm guessing it's like, well, I'm not even going to guess. But anyhow, what I would say is no, to answer your question. It's not wrongful termination. A background check was pulled. Someone's like, why the hell is this person working for us? And, you know, it is what it is, man. I mean, she should be able to get unemployment and find another job, although with her background, that's probably not going to be super easy. You can also feel free, because I'm not giving you legal advice. I'm giving you common sense from doing this for so many years. What you you can reach out and talk to an unemployment attorney, and most of them are going to tell you pretty straightforward, probably exactly what I am. But from the legal sense, if there's any chance of her going after the company, but I just don't see it, man.
Okay.
Why are you so tied to it? I mean, I'm just curious now. Why are you so tied after you actually, well, I don't know if you were privy to it, but anybody can pull a background through Colorado courts. But let's say it is really bad, multiple things over lots and lots of years, and she maybe didn't disclose that stuff. You know, a lot of bigger companies, or medium-sized companies, or even small companies say, hey, have you ever been convicted of a crime, or have you ever been accused of a crime? And you got to list everything out. And if you forget to list something, right there could be grounds. But once again, that doesn't even matter, because you can still fire anybody for virtually anything.
For any reason. Yeah. Okay.
All right, man. I'm glad you're trying to stick up for it. You just created a relationship with her.
Yeah, and that's, I've seen her turn her life around. Like I said, when she started, she was in the halfway house, and it's just, I'm invested in it, and now I'm trying to find her a job and just see if there's anything we can do for her.
Yeah, what I would really do, and if you haven't done it, I would reach out to whoever the district manager is. I don't know if that's by email. I don't know what that looks like in your life, but I would reach out to the district manager. I don't know. Once again, just be careful dipping your head into this stuff, but I personally appreciate you fighting for her. It's evident you think she's good. All right, Jay and Kevin, you guys hold tight.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6.
HVAC guy killed Tom, did he? No?
Now,
all right.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk.
I don't need them.
Normal busy spots throughout the Denver metro, especially for the gray weather. I-25 northbound through downtown. We did have a crash at 8th. That has been all cleared up. We're still seeing some stop and go between Alameda and Colfax as a result. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Northeast of there, heavy traffic. I-270 westbound between I-70 and Vasquez. No major complaints DIA on I-70. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
I'm Buzz Knight, and I host the Taking a Walk podcast. Join me for an upcoming episode with a musician from the great indie band AJR, Adam Met. That's Adam Met on the Taking a Walk podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
K&H Home Solutions, listen to this, 1956 is when it was established. Guy's name was Henry, but there's been a few different ownerships, but I'll tell you this, that company has been around 68 years. That's incredible. If you need siding for your home, if you need new entry doors or sliding doors, maybe it's finally time to upgrade that house and make it look brand new. And they have a painting division now. If you're looking at getting the exterior of that house painted, these guys do a bang-up job. And they've been doing it for so long. Their warranties speak for themselves. KHWindows.com. They also have Alpen windows now. These are high-performance windows, custom crafted, super insulated, built right here in Colorado for Colorado homes. These guys have it all. K&H Home Solutions, KHWindows.com. That's KHWindows.com. Genesis Total Exteriors. Thinking of great contractors. You know, Mark has done so much for us at our house. He actually painted the outside or the exterior of our house probably 5 years ago. It still looks brand new. Let me tell you something else he's done. Deck work. If you're looking for a new deck or need deck repairs, these are your guys. Let's talk about this. Siding. He has siding. He can do anything you can imagine. Stucco, siding, hardy board. He's got all the brands. He can also do windows. They do roofs. And what Genesis really is good at doing is when there's roof damage, coming out and accessing all the damage. Not just the roof, but he can look at the siding, the paint, the deck, and then deal with the insurance company. And if the insurance company's not playing ball, he's actually teamed up with our public adjuster, Matt, and both of them will tag team to make sure you get every dime that insurance company owes you. Genesis Total Exteriors, great guys. But if you are thinking of that deck or gazebo, now is the time to get out there. Free estimates, and they're just great people. You're going to love them. We've used them multiple times. Genesis Total Exteriors.com.
Well, that's some good stuff right there, man.
I almost feel like, you know, buying something from myself. What did Tom say one time? I don't understand what I just said.
Yep. I misunderstood what I said.
Can you play that, please? I love hearing that.
Oh, please.
It's one of my favorite quotes of all times.
Yeah, Ferdine. It do take a minute to open the player over here. Yo, play it.
A few minutes.
It's all right. You got to plan ahead.
Hey, Kelly, tell Steve I'm going to go to him after the next break, after the 1:45. Just tell him I got full lines, but I will definitely hit him at the end of the show. Definitely, and I'll give him 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Okay, Steve, we've got full lines right now, but go ahead and hang on for me. Mark is going to get to you at the end of the show, okay? So hang on.
For sures.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Did you pull it up?
And I misunderstood what I was saying.
Now, how many of us have been there? Let me see by a show of hands. What? Not one? Not one hand? One more time.
And I misunderstood what I was saying.
I love that quote. I misunderstood what I was saying. Can anybody put that in some form of perspective?
I think I can.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Thank you. I'm glad Tom wasn't saying that.
Button bar. Seriously.
That'll be fine.
Misunderstood.
I misunderstood what I was saying.
Right.
I can understand I misunderstood what Shannon was saying, or I misunderstood what Talib was saying. That happens a lot.
This call was from a ways back, but one of my favorites.
And they would put a ton of caulk up there, and I told them caulk was not a remedy.
Well,
One more time,
we can
please.
be friends.
One more.
If you don't think that it's a solution to everything, then we're...
Please, play it again.
Which one?
The cock.
What, the Tom one?
Yeah, no, the cock.
Okay.
And they would put a ton of caulk up there, and I told them caulk was not a remedy.
I must have not been on the show that day, because you would have heard me belly laughing on the floor. That's like people from New York. They go, coffee. I want a cup of coffee.
Before I go walk the dog.
Yeah, walk the dog and have some caulk. I thought the caulk was in the bathroom, but it turned out the caulk was in the basement. We had one lady call up. I wish she had. They kept calling Tom Geraldo. She thought she was talking to Geraldo Rivera for whatever reason. She called him Geraldo 3 or 4 times.
Well, when he had his mustache.
Thank you, Geraldo, she kept saying. Dead serious, too. No joke.
Yes.
So I first started doing video back then. This is 10 years ago. And I would put up a picture of Tom back in his 30s where he looks like Geraldo and Geraldo next to it. And I'd put up which one's Tom, which one is Geraldo.
Well, he totally did look like him back then.
He did, man.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Where did he go anyhow? Is he trying to fix the AC?
Yeah, there's a gentleman working on the AC system, but I don't know where Tom is.
Oh.
Here we come.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Hey, Kelly, tell Jay we're going to line him up tomorrow when Tom's back. And then Tom also knows a mineral rights attorney as well. I don't know if we can line him up, but let's free that line open. Meantime, Kevin's got a comment on Excel. What's your comment, Kevin?
Well, the comment isn't so much on Excel. It's on the Troubleshooter team and all the people behind the scenes and the angels that are out there.
Oh, you mean Excel, our connection with Excel Energy.
Yes, sir.
What was
Yes,
the problem?
so-
What was the issue?
Well, about 6 months ago, I called them because my gas meter was tilted at like a 45-degree angle. And I was afraid it was going to be leaking or, come to something even worse because it just kept sinking and kind of like unscrewing itself, basically. So anyways, about 6 months
I think
ago,
I remember this. It was literally crooked, like half of it was sinking.
Yes, sir. And
yeah, and you tried to get Excel out there to fix it 1.5 million times.
Well, I would say at 2 different times, yes. And
Okay.
I apologize for the noise. It's raining like a...
Yeah, no, it looks
you
like
wouldn't
it.
believe where I'm at.
It looks like it,
Yeah,
sounds like it. So we got involved and we reached out. How long did it take for Excel to get out there and fix the meter?
Well, the last message I got was from Suze yesterday.
Sweet.
And I got up today, and there was an Excel Energy guy parked in front of my house.
Nice.
I didn't know he was out there. I was in my office working. So then I finally saw him on one of my cameras, so I went and confronted him and said, "Are you here for me?" And he goes, "Yes." And I go, "That's awesome." And he tells me, he says, "I'm already done."
Awesome.
And yeah, and the gentleman's name was Josh, and basically what he did was he replaced the entire meter and all the piping and everything. I'll send a picture.
Nice, man.
When I get home tonight to the help line.
We'll chalk that up. So up till you, we had 348,647,812.17. I'm going to go ahead and throw on $1,000. How's that?
I would not disagree with that at all.
I love it. Hey, Kevin, I appreciate the follow-up. A lot of times we help people out and we never hear back from them. One of the biggest ones, and it really irritated me, and I always digress, but then I don't digress. But this guy bought a mini house, $100,000. The company basically dropped it off on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere, and he had no way of moving it, and we got him a full refund. And that SOB would not come on and talk about it because he signed, of course, basically a waiver. He signed a unconditional, go ahead, non-disclosure, but it still pissed me off because we got him $100,000. I said, why didn't you call up and leave a message before you signed it? Then we could have played the message because I'd own the message. There's a million ways we could have worked this out, but I do appreciate that. Kevin, what's going on with you? Or I'm sorry, Mary, you're first. What's going on with this car?
Oh, hi. Yes, it's there's so many things. It's been hard to even.
Well, let's start with who. Let's start with the company. What are you having a problem with? A car dealership or a car repair shop?
So yes, it's a car repair shop in Littleton, Colorado.
What's the name of the shop?
Car Care. Taylor Car Care.
Okay, so when did they work on your car?
Well, it originally was towed to them in August of last year after it stalled on the side of the road. I'm a single mom with 4 kids, and my job was doing Uber deliveries.
Got it.
Just during a delivery.
So it stalled on the side of the road. You bring it over to Taylor Car Care, and what did they sell you?
Well, first I had a friend that put in a couple new sensors. Like I can run my own scans. I'm somewhat familiar with my car and everything. But yeah, I had it towed to them, and initially they told me that it needed just a timing belt replacement.
Well, that's weird. It needed. Did it still start up and run? What were the symptoms again?
It wasn't starting.
Okay, it simply wouldn't start. Okay, so they got over there, said the timing belt broke, so they wanted to sell you a kit.
That's what they said, yes.
Did you buy it?
Well, what ended up happening was he took about another week and a half to get back to me and tell me that it actually needed an entirely new engine and all of the wiring redone.
Okay.
So
I don't know what that means, the wiring. What does that mean?
Yeah, it had some aftermarket wiring from the previous owner, like just for,
I understand.
and they were going to put in a whole new wiring harness.
Let me say something real quick here, Mary. So number one, if the timing belt breaks on that's an interference engine. So unless it breaks at like the perfect time ever, you are going to end up needing an upper half of that engine. So let's just talk about that, not the rewiring. Did you buy an engine?
I did.
Okay.
Because I had lost my job, because I was doing Uber deliveries. It actually took me 4 months I did like a GoFundMe, and I had. So
what happened from there, though? They installed the engine, and then what?
Yes. So I finally got it back in late December, and it was when I got in and started driving, it was still saying that the oil pressure was low. They told me just disregard that. They're saying that's part of the wiring issue? They weren't really giving me any answers. Communication was one of the biggest problems I had with them.
Okay, but where does it stand now? Does the car still drive, but the oil pressure light's coming on?
No, it started having so many problems immediately. Like, that was my initial problem, right? I reached out to them because that was happening, and his response was, it runs and drives, right? And different employees were giving me different information. Some of them would say, don't tell the owner.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get to where we're at right now. So where are we at right now? What are they saying is wrong with it?
Yeah, it's been kind of a long journey because
I get that. This is a long journey too. So what's going on?
I apologize.
No, you don't have to apologize. I get it. You're very frustrated. I understand where you're coming from. But what I want to know is, right now, are they refusing to fix something? Are they saying it has nothing to do with the engine? What are they saying?
Well, I finally was able to afford a diagnostic at Audi of Denver, and I want to give them a shout out because they've been super amazing.
And what did they say?
To me. There's a bunch of broken parts on this alleged replacement engine.
Like what? Give me a big one.
He's emailing me like a full list. But
did he email it yet?
Run and drive.
Did he email it yet?
I could look.
Let's do this. Hold on. Kelly, I want that email. I want to see what the dealership said was wrong with that. Mary, I want a little more time to deal with it. Plus, I want to see, and I'm glad you brought it somewhere else to get an opinion of what's actually going on. I look forward to getting that email today. Kelly, make sure I get a copy of that, and I'll look at it when I'm home tonight. And then let's get Mary right back on tomorrow. Everybody hold tight.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Some normal busy spots throughout the Denver Metro, especially for the gray weather. I-25 northbound through downtown. We did have a crash at 8th. That has been all cleared up. We're still seeing some stop and go between Alameda and Colfax as a result. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Northeast of there, heavy traffic, I-270 westbound between I-70 and Vasquez. No major complaints, DIA on I-70. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office, it's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
Speaking of great shop, Sheridan Auto Tech, I wish Mary brought her car there. Here's why. Kevin could have put in a used engine, a rebuilt engine, any of the above. He could have done the alternator, and he's got some of the best electrical guys in the state of Colorado. He purchased Lakewood Electric. That was the best until he sold to Kevin. And they could have fixed all the aftermarket wiring issues, everything else. They would have done it right the first time. But whether you just need an oil change, a tire rotation, an alignment, all the basics, they do all that. But when you have a real problem, an alternator, a starter, you got a brake noise, these guys do it all. SheridanAutotech.com. In fact, their warranty's better than dealerships. Cheaper prices, better service, best electrical, and the best warranty. 3-year, 36,000-mile nationwide warranty on everything they do. SheridanAutotech.com, SheridanAutotech.com. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, Brooke is the best. They have everything in-house. Their repair division, their sales division, and their installation division. They do it all at Red Rock Solar. If you have an old system that broke down and some of the parts are still under warranty, Brooke will get them warrantied from you. They'll get the company to pay because she deals with all the companies. Here's the other thing they can do. They can add a battery backup to an existing system. They can build and design a 100% off-grid. They can add a generator to things. They can do anything. They can repair other people's solar systems that have gone out of business. If you need a solar system or anything to do with solar, RedRocksRS.com. I promise you, you're going to love them. RedRocksRS.com.
Summers are beautiful in Colorado, so don't spend them painting. Do what your neighbor Tom did. He called Rhino.
Hey, did we ever get an update on that engine guy? Remember, he was going to talk to the caller, Dimitri, this week or last week, or it's just gone?
No. Well, I never got any update from him. And I never got the caller's contact information, so I can't call him.
Yeah, we have that somewhere, but it doesn't matter. Hey, guy waits 7 years. If you got a problem, you should call us a little before 7 years.
Yeah, like 6.5 years would be a reasonable cutoff.
Yeah. Nope, Tim, I think the worst King Supers is at I-225 and Quebec. No, I-20. Wait, let me think about this. I-25 in Quebec. It's nasty, in my opinion. And then Kelly, she's going to send over that breakdown from the dealer. Yes, Mark, she sure is. I gave them the email and everything, and she'll be sending it over very soon. Well, I appreciate that, Kelly. Thank you. And how's your day going? Oh, it's been very busy lately in there, and it's, yes, it's very good, and I'm going to cook dinner tonight, yes. Well, that's wonderful. That's my impersonation of Phil Hendry.
Oh, right.
I love Phil Hendry.
Yep.
I used to listen to him every single freaking day. I'd sit there, build computers, fix computers, and listen to Phil Hendry. Used to listen to Howard Stern a lot too, but he lost me. Woo, did he lose me?
Before he was on Sirius?
Oh, no. I mean, just really Trump. He just got so political.
Yeah.
Oh, it was unbelievable how political he got. Just a little overboard. And it really didn't matter which way he got political at that part. I just liked his comedy bullshit. That's why I tuned in. I tuned in to laugh. But what a hell of a DJ. He is so good, man.
Yeah, there's no one like him.
No, and his cast of characters he had around him.
Oh, yeah.
Did you listen to him a lot?
Somewhat, but he's been popping up on YouTube. A fair amount in the last week or so.
Reaction Tuesday on Ryan Schuling Live.
All right, 303-713-8255. Don't forget 303 Martino. That number works on and off the air. Steve Moss, Rock and Roll Brewery. We got a huge weekend coming up, man. Once a year, they let you have a big shindig out at the brewery. What day is it this year?
This year, it was our first year, is August 2nd. That's a Saturday. It'll be 2 o'clock to 10 at night.
Nice.
If you book in advance, and only if you book in advance, you're going to get a 7-piece Famous Dave's brisket meal. I mean, it has a lot of stuff. If you come the day of the event, you won't get that. Also,
because you got to cater it.
Look online at rockandroll.beer. That's rockandroll.beer with a letter N or A-N-D. And you'll see the event shirts. There's 2 different styles to choose from, and you can buy one if you like them both.
So wait a minute. So you get the catered meal. You get to pick from a shirt, and I've seen your shirts. We're not talking a cheap $8 T-shirt. These are nice freaking shirts, and you can see an example of them or what they're going to look like at rockandroll.beer. But you're also going to have live music, right?
Yeah, we're going to have a kind of a small thing. We don't want to get too loud there, but guess what I'm going to do, especially if you come, Mark? I'm going to take one of my Marshall stacks. I used to tour in big coliseums back in the hair band days. I'm going to take those big Marshall stacks. I'm going to bring them out by the brewery, by the Harley. You saw the Harley there.
Yep, it's cool.
And I'm going to crank with the entertainment that I've hired. I'm going to crank with them and do some blues, and I'm going to have some fun.
You going to do the Tree Farm jingle, though?
I will do the Tree Farm jingle. Matter of fact, we're going to do contests, giving things away for people singing it, and we're going to do an air guitar contest and give a free guitar away. That's the grand prize. This is going to be really cool.
Now, wait, what do you mean? Like a guitar or a blow-up guitar?
No, we're giving a guitar, like a Stratocaster.
Oh, my God.
You know me. I'm not cheap.
And then you said also you were thinking of doing another tournament with the, what do you call that, where you throw the things in the hole?
Yeah, there's going to be up to 24
cornhole
Brewfest tournament. Whoever wants to join, if you do register all this stuff online at rockandroll.beer, it's good.
My God, Steve, once again, you're cutting in and out. I'm going to finish up for you. Here's the deal, and we're going to be talking more about it. But if you go to rockandroll.beer, Suzanne and I most likely are going to be out there. But there's only 75 people. It's great. He's got 17 different kinds of beer, and this thing is going to include lunch or dinner, whatever you want to call it.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
High interest rates, inflation. People are afraid when they're selling their home, and some brokers are selling them short.
There's a surprising number of home sellers and home buyers who lose money in contract negotiations. They don't even realize it.
That's Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. Frank is a certified negotiation expert.
I will show you how to avoid making these common mistakes and position you to put more money in your pocket at the closing table.
Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For your kitchen update done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit. For details, 800-362-8370.
A wave of new wealth awaits you with honest answers on how to make real estate investments the smart way, fully managed, safe, and secure. Find out more on the Vestera Turnkey Show, Saturday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 630 KHOW.
I've got a math question for you. When you add tolerance, subtract prejudice, and multiply efforts to treat one another with respect, what do you get? Less division. And school sports have it down to a science. Looking for an example of what can happen when we realize there's more that unites us than divides us? Look no further than high school sports in Colorado.
This message presented by the Colorado High School Activities Association and the Colorado Athletics Directors Association.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Days of missile strikes between Israel and Iran continue to escalate, and now President Trump is calling for Iran's unconditional surrender of its nuclear program. A Republican has introduced a measure to limit U.S. involvement in Iran. GOP Senator John Thune is reacting.
Well, I think right now the president's within his authorities. He obviously has a lot of authority as commander-in-chief to respond to incidents that happen around the world. Obviously, we have a lot of military installations, bases, military personnel in the region right now. And so I think he's perfectly within his right to do what he's done so far.
A 3-judge panel in appeals court is hearing arguments on President Trump's deployment of California National Guard to help deal with unrest in Los Angeles. A lower court last week ordered control of state troops to be returned to California's governor. And retail sales slumped in May, a sign consumers are pulling back on spending. Michelle Franzen, ABC News. The Democratic senator from California forcibly removed and briefly detained last week during a Homeland Security briefing in Los Angeles took to the floor of the Senate today.
Alex Padilla's voice broke as he shared his experience on the Senate floor.
I was forced to the ground, first on my knees and then flat on my chest.
The California Democrat said if authorities can detain a senator,
imagine what they'll do to any American who dares to speak up.
DHS has said the security agents protecting Secretary Noem thought Padilla was an attacker.